Tonight, we're tracing the complete history of wine, from the wild grape valleys of the Caucasus Mountains 8,000 years before Christ to the global industry worth hundreds of billions today. It's a story that spans 10 millennia, touches every continent, and reveals how a fermented drink became sacred to gods, essential to empires, and central to the world's major religions. This is how humans transformed wild fruit into civilization's most symbolic beverage. This isn't a quick story. We're going deep, through archaeological sites buried for millennia, ancient texts that took decades to decipher, and chemical analyses that reveal what people drank when the pyramids were young. You're about to discover how wine shaped law, religion, medicine, trade routes, and the rise and fall of civilizations. Every glass of wine you've ever held contains this entire history. Phone face down, volume at a whisper. Let's go in. The cradle, where wine was born. The story begins, not with people, but with a plant. Vitis vinifera, the wine grape, evolved millions of years before humans walked upright. By the time our ancestors were still hunter-gatherers, wild grapevines were already thriving in the temperate forests stretching from the Caucasus Mountains through modern-day Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and into the Zagros Mountains of Iran. These weren't the organized, cultivated vineyards we know today. These were chaotic, climbing vines that wound through oak and hornbeam forests, producing small, intensely flavored berries that birds and mammals competed to consume. The Caucasus region provided perfect conditions. Warm summers allowed the grapes to ripen fully, accumulating sugars that could reach 15 to 20% by weight. Cool nights preserved acidity. Seasonal rains came at the right times. The grapes that grew here weren't just edible. They were sweet enough to ferment naturally, and they grew in abundance. For thousands of years, humans gathered these wild grapes just as they gathered any other fruit, eating them fresh or dried. But somewhere around 6000 BCE, something changed. We know this because of two unassuming archaeological sites in the Republic of Georgia, Gadakrili Gora and Shulaveris Gora, located about 30 miles south of Tbilisi. In 2017, an international team of archaeologists announced findings that pushed back the confirmed origins of winemaking by nearly 1,000 years. They had discovered fragments of ceramic vessels, large earthenware jars called kvevri, embedded in the floors of Neolithic houses. These weren't ordinary storage containers. Chemical analysis of residue absorbed into the pottery's porous interior revealed the presence of tartaric acid, malic acid, succinic acid, and citric acid in specific combinations that point to one source: grapes, more specifically, wine. The jars were large, with capacities ranging from 50 to several hundred liters. They had been deliberately buried up to their necks in the ground, which would have kept their contents at a stable, cool temperature, ideal for fermentation and storage. The shape of the vessels, wide at the shoulder and narrow at the base, matches the designs still used in Georgian winemaking today. But here's what makes these vessels extraordinary. They date to approximately 6000 BCE, making them the oldest confirmed evidence of winemaking anywhere in the world. For context, this is 1500 years before the first writing systems emerged in Mesopotamia, 2000 years before the construction of Stonehenge, and 3000 years before the pyramids at Giza. The accident that changed everything. How did it happen? How did humans go from eating wild grapes to deliberately creating wine? The answer is almost certainly accident, repeated over generations until it became intention. Imagine a Neolithic household in the Caucasus foothills. It's late summer, and wild grapes hang heavy on vines throughout the forest. A family gathers far more than they can eat fresh, perhaps hundreds of pounds, and stores them in a large ceramic jar, planning to ration them through the autumn. The grapes at the bottom of the container are crushed by the weight of those above. Juice collects at the base. The jar sits in a corner of the dwelling, covered but not sealed. Days pass. Weeks pass. On the surface of every grape grows a microscopic ecosystem of yeasts, single-celled fungi of the genus Saccharomyces. When grape skins break and juice is exposed to air, these yeasts begin consuming the sugars in the juice, converting them to alcohol and carbon dioxide through the metabolic process we call fermentation. This happens without human intervention. It requires no technology, no knowledge, no intention. It is simply what yeast does when it encounters sugar-rich liquid. Within a week, the grape juice in that forgotten jar would have begun bubbling. Within 2 weeks, it would have transformed into something that smelled different, tasted different, and produced a very specific effect when consumed. Mild euphoria, relaxation, reduced inhibition, and at higher doses, intoxication. The alcohol content, probably around 6 to 8%, would have been sufficient to create noticeable effects in people who had never encountered alcohol before. It would also have acted as a preservative, allowing the liquid to remain drinkable for months, far longer than fresh juice. The first person to drink this accidentally fermented grape juice experienced something unprecedented in human history. They discovered a drink that was safer than water. The alcohol killed many pathogens, more nutritious than water. It retained calories and vitamins from the grapes, more storable than fresh fruit, and produced a pleasurable psychological effect unlike anything else in their diet. Once this discovery was made, it could not be forgotten. Within generations, the accident became a technique. From accident to craft. The Neolithic people of the Caucasus didn't just stumble upon wine. They systematically refined its production. The large ceramic jars found at Gada Gora show clear evidence of intentional design for winemaking. Their size suggests bulk production, not casual experimentation. Their burial in the ground demonstrates understanding of temperature control. The fact that multiple households at multiple sites were using similar vessels indicates shared knowledge and cultural transmission of technique. These early winemakers faced challenges we no longer consider. Without cultivated vineyards, they had to forage for wild grapes, competing with birds and mammals for the ripest fruit. Without corks, glass, or airtight seals, they had to prevent their wine from turning to vinegar, which occurs when Acetobacter bacteria convert alcohol to acetic acid in the presence of oxygen. Without additives or sulfites, they had to rely on alcohol content alone to preserve their product. Despite these limitations, they succeeded in creating a beverage that became central to their culture. The kvevrý design itself reveals sophistication. The egg shape isn't arbitrary. It allows sediment to settle away from the liquid while preventing too much contact with air. The wide mouth facilitates filling and cleaning, but can be covered during fermentation. The narrow base concentrates the lees, dead yeast cells and grape solids, away from the drinkable wine. Modern Georgian winemakers still use kvevrý for traditional wines, and the method is recognized by UNESCO as intangible cultural heritage. The design has remained essentially unchanged for 8,000 years because it works. The spread to Mesopotamia. By 4000 BCE, winemaking had spread south and west from its Caucasus origins. Mesopotamia, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, encompassing modern Iraq and parts of Syria, became the next major center of wine culture. We know this not from pottery residues, but from something more direct. Writing. The Sumerians, who built the first cities in southern Mesopotamia, developed cuneiform writing around 3200 BCE. Among the earliest subjects they documented were administrative records of food and drink, including wine. Clay tablets from Uruk, one of the world's first cities, list wine among traded commodities. The Sumerian word for wine was jestin, represented by a pictograph that combined the symbols for grape and jar. Wine appears in inventory lists, ration distributions, and temple offerings. It was valuable enough to track carefully, but common enough to distribute to workers. But Mesopotamia presented a problem. No wild grapes. The region's hot, dry climate and flat alluvial plains couldn't support Vitis vinifera. Every grape used for wine had to be imported from the northern mountains, the Zagros range in modern Iran, the Taurus Mountains in Turkey, or the highlands of Syria. This made wine expensive and exclusive. Beer, made from barley that grew abundantly in Mesopotamian fields, became the everyday drink of commoners. Wine became the drink of the elite, of priests and kings, reserved for special occasions and religious ceremonies. This economic reality shaped wine's symbolic meaning for millennia. Because wine required imported grapes and specialized knowledge to produce, it became associated with wealth, sophistication, and divine favor. The oldest known written recipe in the world, recorded on cuneiform tablets around 1800 BCE, includes instructions for making spiced wine with honey, dates, and herbs, a luxury drink far beyond the means of ordinary farmers or laborers. Wine's exclusivity enhanced its mystique. Wine in ancient Egypt. By 3000 BCE, wine had reached Egypt, where it achieved perhaps its most elaborate symbolic development. The Nile Valley, like Mesopotamia, was not natural wine country. Its hot, dry climate made viticulture challenging. Yet Egyptian elites developed a sophisticated wine culture that we can reconstruct in remarkable detail through tomb paintings, hieroglyphic texts, and archaeological evidence. By 3000 BCE, wine had escaped its mountain origins. What began as a localized discovery in the Caucasus was about to become Mediterranean-wide, carried by ships, spread by traders, and transformed by dozens of cultures into something far more complex than fermented grape juice. Over the next 27 centuries, wine would evolve from rare luxury to economic staple, from simple drink to elaborate art form, from regional curiosity to mark of civilization itself. This is the era when wine became Greek, and when being Greek meant drinking wine. The Minoans, palace wine. Our story picks up on Crete, the largest island in the Aegean Sea, where between 2700 and 1450 BCE, the Minoan civilization built the first complex society in Europe. The Minoans constructed massive palace complexes at Knossos, Phaistos, and Malea, sprawling structures with hundreds of rooms, advanced plumbing, and elaborate frescoes depicting dolphins, bulls, and graceful figures bearing offerings to gods. Among those offerings, wine. We know the Minoans were serious about wine because of what archaeologists found in the palace storage rooms. At Knossos alone, excavators uncovered thousands of large ceramic jars called pithoi, some standing taller than a human, embedded in the floors of long magazines, storage galleries that stretched the length of the palace. Chemical analysis of residue in these vessels confirms they held wine, olive oil, and grain. The wine storage capacity at Knossos has been estimated at over 75,000 litres. This wasn't household consumption. This was industrial-scale production and storage, managed by palace bureaucrats who kept detailed records on clay tablets using the Linear A and Linear B scripts. The tablets reveal a complex wine economy. They list different types of wine, some sweet, some dry, some flavored with herbs or honey. They record distributions to workers as part of rations, shipments to other palaces, and offerings to religious sanctuaries. Wine appears repeatedly in the context of ritual and feast. Minoan frescoes show processions carrying wine vessels, scenes of drinking and celebration, and images of the vine itself rendered with botanical precision. The Minoans weren't just making wine, they were building a culture around it. But the Minoans were also maritime traders. Their ships traveled throughout the eastern Mediterranean, carrying wine in distinctive stirrup jars that have been found in Egypt, Cyprus, and the Levantine coast. They were among the first to recognize wine's value, not just as a beverage, but as a trade commodity that could be transported long distances and exchanged for other luxury goods. In doing so, they established the template for Mediterranean wine commerce that would last for millennia. Wine moved by sea in ceramic vessels, along networks that connected producers, merchants, and consumers across hundreds of miles of open water. The Phoenicians. Wine goes global. If the Minoans established the maritime wine trade, the Phoenicians perfected it. Based in what is now Lebanon, the Phoenician city-states of Tyre, Sidon, and Byblos dominated Mediterranean commerce from roughly 1500 to 300 BCE. They were history's first global traders, and wine was one of their primary commodities. The Phoenicians did something revolutionary. They planted vineyards wherever they established colonies. Starting around 1100 BCE, Phoenician ships pushed westward beyond the Greek islands into the central and western Mediterranean. They founded trading posts and settlements in Cyprus, Sicily, Sardinia, southern Spain, and North Africa, most notably Carthage, which became a major power in its own right. At each location, they brought grapevines. This was viticulture as colonization. The Phoenicians understood that wine wasn't just cargo. It was agriculture that could be replicated anywhere with the right climate. By planting vineyards in Spain, southern France, and North Africa, they created local production centers that reduced shipping costs and allowed wine culture to take root in new regions. Phoenician traders introduced wine to the Iberians, the Berbers, and the Celtic tribes of southern Gaul. They taught local populations how to cultivate vines, how to ferment wine, and how to store it in amphorae, the standardized ceramic transport vessels that became the shipping containers of the ancient world. The amphora itself deserves attention. These were large, two-handled jars with pointed bases designed specifically for maritime transport. The pointed base allowed them to be wedged upright in a ship's hold or embedded in sand on the beach. The narrow neck could be sealed with cork, resin, or a clay stopper to protect the contents during the journey. Different regions produced distinctively shaped amphorae, allowing archaeologists today to trace ancient trade routes by mapping where specific amphora types have been found. Shipwrecks discovered off the coast of southern France contain thousands of wine amphorae from various origins, testifying to the scale of Mediterranean wine trade by the first millennium BCE. Wine was moving in bulk by the ton across international waters, creating the ancient world's first truly globalized beverage industry. Greek Symposia, wine as philosophy. While Phoenicians spread wine geographically, the Greeks elevated it intellectually. In classical Greece, from roughly 800 to 300 BCE, wine became central to a unique social institution, the symposium. The Greek symposium wasn't merely a drinking party, though drinking was certainly involved. It was a formalized gathering of male citizens who reclined on couches, drank wine mixed with water, discussed philosophy and politics, recited poetry, played music, and engaged in elaborate verbal competitions. The symposium was where Greek culture reproduced itself, where young men learned to think and argue like Greeks, where social bonds were formed and political alliances cemented. The rules of the symposium were precise. Wine was never drunk unmixed. To do so was considered barbaric, dangerous, and non-Greek. Instead, wine was diluted with water in a large mixing vessel called a crater, typically at ratios ranging from 1 part wine to 2 parts water, up to 1 part wine to 5 parts water. A designated symposiarch, chosen for each gathering, determined the mixing ratio and controlled the pace of drinking. The goal was moderate, sustained intoxication that facilitated conversation and creativity without descending into chaos. This practice reveals something important about Greek attitudes toward wine. They recognized its power to alter consciousness, but believed that power needed to be controlled, rationalized, and made civilized. The very act of mixing wine with water represented Greek ideals: moderation, balance, self-control, and the transformation of natural wildness into cultural refinement. Greeks defined themselves partly through this ritual. Barbarians, Scythians, Thracians, Persians, drank unmixed wine and got blindly drunk. Greeks mixed their wine and maintained their reason. But symposia also had their darker aspects. They were exclusively male spaces where women appeared only as entertainers or prostitutes. The drinking could certainly become excessive, despite the ideology of moderation. Symposiasts engaged in kotabos, a game where they flicked wine dregs at targets, combining athletic display with drunken competition. The playwright Aristophanes and philosopher Plato both wrote extensively about symposia, documenting both their intellectual heights and their frequent descents into vomiting, fighting, and sexual excess. The symposium was simultaneously philosophy salon and fraternity party, embodying wine's dual nature as both enlightening and intoxicating. Dionysus, the wine god. No discussion of Greek wine culture is complete without Dionysus. Among all the Greek gods, Dionysus was unique, the god of wine, fertility, theatre, ecstasy, and the breakdown of normal social boundaries. His worship involved ritual intoxication, ecstatic dancing, and the temporary suspension of everyday identities. His followers, primarily women called Maenads, were said to roam the mountains in frenzied states, tearing apart animals and experiencing divine possession. Dionysian religion was controversial precisely because it challenged Greek norms. In a culture that prized rationality, moderation, and order, Dionysus represented intoxication, excess, and chaos. Yet he was one of the 12 Olympian gods, worshipped in major temples and honored with one of Athens' most important festivals, the city Dionysia, where theatrical performances originated. The Greeks simultaneously celebrated and feared him, recognizing that wine's power to dissolve ordinary consciousness was both dangerous and divine. The mythology surrounding Dionysus reveals Greek thinking about wine's origins. According to myth, Dionysus was born from Zeus's thigh, died and was resurrected, and traveled throughout the known world, teaching humans how to cultivate vines and make wine. He was a dying and rising god associated with the agricultural cycle. Vines cut back in winter, returning to life in spring. This mythological pattern connected wine directly to themes of death, rebirth, and transformation that would later influence Christian theology. Wine wasn't just a drink, it was liquid divinity, the blood of a god who suffered, died, and returned to life. Colonial expansion. Wine follows the Greeks. Beginning around 750 BCE, Greeks began establishing colonies throughout the Mediterranean and Black Sea, spreading from overcrowded city-states to found new settlements in Sicily, southern Italy, southern France, and the northern shores of Africa. Wherever they went, they brought grapevines. This colonization movement transformed the wine map of the ancient world. Southern Italy became known as Oenotria, the land of wine. So extensively did Greeks plant it with vineyards. The regions of Campania, Apulia, and Calabria became major wine producers, supplying both local populations and export markets. Greek colonists founded Massalia, modern Marseille, around 600 BCE, introducing viticulture to southern Gaul and establishing what would become France's wine industry. In eastern Spain, Greek traders and settlers brought vines to regions that would later become famous under. The Romans didn't invent wine. They didn't even invent viticulture. What they did was systematize it, industrialize it, and spread it across 3 continents with a thoroughness that changed wine forever. Between 300 BCE and 400 CE, Rome transformed wine from a regional Mediterranean product into the everyday drink of an empire of 60 million people. They documented every aspect of winemaking in technical treatises that read like modern manuals. They established quality classifications that anticipated French appellations by 2,000 years. They planted vineyards from North Africa to northern England and built the infrastructure, roads, ports, warehouses, to move wine at scale. Most importantly, they made wine cheap enough that ordinary people could afford it. This is how wine became European. The science of wine. Pliny and Columella. Around 65 CE, a Roman administrator and natural philosopher named Pliny the Elder completed his Natural History, a 37-volume encyclopedia attempting to document everything known about the natural world. He dedicated substantial sections to viticulture and winemaking, cataloging grape varieties, vineyard locations, wine styles, and production techniques with exhaustive detail. Pliny named over 90 grape varieties and described wines from over 50 regions. He discussed ideal soil types, optimal vine spacing, pruning schedules, pest control, fermentation vessels, aging techniques, and storage conditions. His work reveals a civilization that had taken winemaking from craft to science. A few decades later, Lucius Junius Moderatus Columella, who owned vineyards in southern Spain, wrote De Re Rustica on agriculture, devoting 2 full books to viticulture. Columella provided precise instructions for every aspect of vineyard management. When to prune, winter. How deep to plant, 3 feet. How far apart to space vines, 6 feet. What equipment to use. Iron pruning hooks, not bronze, which damages the vine. How to train vines on stakes or trellises. How to fertilize. Manure from sheep or goats applied in autumn. How to harvest. Mourning, using careful hand-picking. And how to press grapes, gradually over multiple pressings, with the first run considered highest quality. These weren't theoretical musings. They were practical manuals based on centuries of accumulated experience, written for landowners who expected measurable results. The techniques Columella described, spur pruning, trellising, crop thinning, terracing on slopes, green harvesting to concentrate flavor, are still fundamental to modern viticulture. Roman vineyard managers had already figured out, through trial and error across generations, most of what matters for producing quality grapes. The Romans thought systematically about yield optimization, quality versus quantity trade-offs, and the relationship between terroir and wine character. They had moved beyond mere production to deliberate refinement. Falernian and the birth of quality. Not all Roman wine was equal, and Romans were obsessed with the distinctions. The most famous wine in the Roman world was Falernian, produced in the Falernian district of Campania in southern Italy. Falernian wasn't just popular, it was legendary. Pliny described it as the only wine that takes light when a flame is applied to it, suggesting high alcohol content. Literature from the period treats Falernian as the ultimate luxury, the wine you serve to impress, the wine you boasted about drinking. It appears repeatedly in the works of Horace, Martial, Petronius, and other writers as shorthand for extravagance and refined taste. What made Falernian special? Partly terroir. Volcanic soils on the slopes of Mount Falernus provided ideal growing conditions. Partly technique. Falernian was aged extensively, sometimes for decades, developing complex flavors that younger wines lacked. But partly it was branding. Falernian had a reputation, and that reputation commanded premium prices. The Romans understood that wine's value wasn't purely objective. It was social, cultural, and psychological. Other wines had their own reputations. Cecuban, from coastal marshes south of Rome, was praised by Horace as the best wine for banquets. Cetian, from the hills near Rome, was considered healthy and digestible. Alban wine came from the hills near modern-day Frascati and was known for sweetness. Massic, from Campania, rivaled Falernian. Surrentine, from the area near modern Sorrento, was valued for its keeping qualities. The Romans had developed a sophisticated sense of regional distinction, the idea that specific places produced distinctive, qualitatively different wines. They had also developed a sense of vintage variation. Pliny records specific exceptional years. The consulship of Opimius in 121 BCE produced wines so outstanding they were still being drunk nearly 200 years later. Romans understood that weather affected harvest quality and that some years were simply better than others. They labeled amphorae with production year and origin, creating what were essentially the first vintage wines in the recognizable modern sense. Vineyard management revolution. Roman contributions to practical viticulture were extensive and enduring. They recognized that vines needed training and support, developing elaborate systems of stakes and trellises. They understood pruning not just as maintenance, but as quality control. Cutting back growth concentrated the vine's energy into fewer, better grapes. They practiced green harvesting, removing unripe clusters before veraison to improve the remaining fruit. They terraced hillsides to create level planting surfaces on slopes too steep for conventional agriculture. Romans also pioneered systematic experimentation with grape varieties and growing locations. They imported Greek varieties and planted them in Italian soils. They crossed different vines to create new varieties. They tested which grapes performed best in which regions, accumulating data across decades and centuries. By the 1st century CE, Roman viticulturists could tell you which specific grape variety to plant in Gaul versus Hispania, what to expect from each, and how to manage it for optimal results. They even understood what we now call terroir, the idea that soil, climate, slope, and exposure interact to produce distinctive wine character. Columella wrote that wine derives its quality from the nature of the earth and the climate, and he provided detailed guidance on matching grape varieties to specific conditions. Red volcanic soils for Falernian, clay and chalk for other varieties, south-facing slopes for maximum sun exposure, well-drained hillsides rather than flat valley floors. The Romans didn't have the vocabulary of modern terroir theory, but they had the essential insight. Place matters, wine, and status. In Roman society, what you drank revealed who you were. The wealthy served aged Falernian at dinner parties and used wine as a form of social competition. Who had the oldest bottle, the rarest vintage, the most fashionable wine? The middle class drank decent but unremarkable wines from known regions. The poor drank whatever was cheapest, often rough, acidic stuff, barely a step above vinegar. Slaves received the lowest quality, wine as part of their rations. It was better than water, but just barely. This stratification was visible in Roman literature. Juvenal satirized nouveau riche hosts who served themselves fine wine while giving guests inferior stuff from different amphorae. Martial wrote poems mocking people who claimed to drink Falernian, but were actually serving cheap plonk. Trimalchio, the vulgar freedman in Petronius's Satyricon, serves Opimian Falernian at his dinner party, a wine that would have been 160 years old and likely undrinkable, as a parody of pretentious display. But wine wasn't just about class, it was about citizenship and identity. To be Roman was to drink wine. Barbarians drank beer or mead or milk. The act of drinking wine, especially in the proper Roman manner at dinner, the convivium, adapted from Greek symposia, reinforced one's place in Roman civilization. When Rome granted citizenship to conquered peoples, it simultaneously granted them access to Roman food culture, including wine. Integration into the empire meant learning to drink like a Roman. Imperial expansion, planting Europe. Rome's conquests created the modern European wine map. As legions marched north and west, viticulture followed. This wasn't accidental, it was policy. Roman soldiers expected wine as part of their rations. Roman colonists expected wine in their new homes. Roman administrators wanted profitable agricultural exports from conquered territories. So Rome planted vineyards everywhere it could. In southern Gaul, modern Provence, and Languedoc, viticulture expanded dramatically under Roman rule. The province of Gallia Narbonensis became a major wine producer by the 1st century CE, supplying both local markets and export to Rome itself. Amphorae from Narbonese Gaul have been found throughout the Western Mediterranean, evidence of thriving commerce. Moving north into central Gaul, Burgundy, and the Rhône Valley, Romans established vineyards that would become foundational to French wine culture. The Rhône Valley was planted extensively, creating the ancestor of modern Côte du Rhône. In Germania, Roman viticulture reached the Moselle Valley, where steep slate slopes proved ideal for growing grapes despite the northern latitude. The Moselle wine region, one of Germany's most prestigious today, began as a Roman agricultural initiative. Rhine Valley vineyards followed. Even in Britannia, on the empire's northern frontier, Romans attempted viticulture in southern England, though with limited success. The climate was marginal, but the symbolic importance of establishing vineyards in the remotest province demonstrated Rome's civilizing mission. In Hispania, Spain, viticulture thrived in regions that remain major producers today. Tarraconensis, modern Catalonia and Valencia, Baetica, Andalusia, and Lusitania, Portugal. Spanish wines, particularly from Baetica, became significant exports, shipped in characteristic Spanish amphorae to Rome and beyond. The Iberian Peninsula's diverse climates and terrains supported numerous wine styles, from light whites to heavy, sweet reds. Infrastructure, roads and ships. Roman wine commerce required infrastructure, and Rome delivered it. The famous Roman road network, over 250,000 miles at its peak, was built primarily for military movement, but it served commerce equally well. Wine could travel by cart from vineyard to port, from countryside to city, with relative speed and security. Roads connected production regions to consumption centers, making wine a practical commodity rather than a rare luxury, limited to coastal areas. Maritime shipping was even more important. Wine moved in bulk by sea, in large merchant vessels carrying thousands of amphorae stacked in their holds. Shipwrecks discovered off the southern coast of France reveal ships loaded with as many as 10,000 amphorae, roughly 260,000 liters of wine, all traveling from various Mediterranean production zones to Gaul or Rome itself. These weren't small-scale ventures. They were commercial operations involving substantial capital investment, coordinated production, and sophisticated logistics. Rome also developed specialized port facilities for wine handling. At Ostia, Rome's port city, archaeologists have uncovered massive warehouses specifically designed for wine storage, with walls lined with racks for amphorae and systems for managing inventory. The scale of these facilities indicates wine trade on an industrial level, with hundreds of thousands of liters moving through port infrastructure in a single season. As Roman political authority collapsed across Western Europe, one institution survived and grew stronger: the Christian Church. And because Christian ritual required wine, not as optional luxury but as theological necessity, the Church became viticulture's protector and patron. For 900 years, from the fall of Rome to the dawn of the Renaissance, monks preserved Roman wine knowledge, refined it, documented it, and expanded it. They planted vineyards throughout Europe, established quality standards, identified superior terroirs, and built commercial networks that made wine a pillar of the medieval economy. Some of the world's most famous vineyards in Burgundy, Champagne, the Rhine Valley were established and perfected by monasteries. This is the era when wine became not just sacred, but systematically excellent. The Eucharist, wine as theological necessity. At the Last Supper, according to Christian scripture, Jesus took a cup of wine and told his disciples, "This is my blood of the covenant, which is poured out for many." This statement transformed wine from beverage to sacrament. In Catholic theology, as it developed over the first centuries of Christianity, the Eucharistic wine didn't merely represent Christ's blood. It became it through the doctrine of transubstantiation. During Mass, when the priest consecrated the wine, its substance literally changed into divine blood while retaining wine's physical properties. This was metaphysics at its most serious. The practical consequence was absolute. Every church needed wine for Mass. Every priest required a reliable supply. Every monastery cathedral and parish had to secure wine or produce it themselves. Unlike in Roman times, when wine was optional and pleasure-driven, medieval Europe made wine production a religious obligation. You couldn't have Christianity without wine. This demand created a permanent, stable market that survived every economic disruption, every war, every plague. No matter how chaotic the secular world became, churches needed wine. This theological requirement meant that viticulture couldn't be abandoned. When urban markets collapsed and trade routes fragmented in the 6th and 7th centuries, monasteries continued maintaining vineyards because the alternative was impossible. You couldn't celebrate Mass without wine. The church became viticulture's safety net, its guaranteed patron, its institutional memory. Roman winemaking knowledge survived because monks needed it for salvation. Monasteries as agricultural centers. Monasteries in the early medieval period weren't just religious communities. They were economic enterprises, agricultural research stations, and repositories of technical knowledge. When a monastery was founded, establishing a vineyard was among the first priorities. Monks needed wine for liturgy, for hospitality. The Benedictine rule required feeding and housing travelers, for medicine, and for their own consumption. A successful monastery meant a productive vineyard. The Benedictine order, founded by Benedict of Nursia around 530 CE, established the model. Benedict's rule prescribed a daily routine of prayer, manual labor, and study. Wine was included in the monks' daily rations. Benedict specified a hemina per day, roughly a quarter liter, though he noted this was a concession to human weakness, since ideally monks should abstain from wine entirely. The practical effect was that Benedictine monasteries throughout Europe cultivated vines, made wine, and accumulated expertise across generations. Unlike secular landowners, who might abandon vineyards during hard times or shift to more immediately profitable crops, monasteries maintained long-term perspectives. A monk might plant vines knowing he wouldn't see mature production for 5 years. An abbot might invest in vineyard improvements, whose benefits would accrue decades later. The institution persisted across generations, allowing accumulated knowledge to compound. Monks could experiment, observe results over years or decades, record findings, and pass them to successors. This continuity made monasteries ideal for viticultural refinement. Cistercians, the engineer, monks. If Benedictines preserved viticulture, Cistercians perfected it. The Cistercian order emerged in 1098 CE as a reform movement emphasizing manual labor, self-sufficiency, and isolation from secular society. Cistercian monasteries were typically founded in remote, undeveloped locations, forests, marshes, marginal lands, which monks then transformed through systematic labor. They were extraordinary agricultural engineers, draining swamps, clearing forests, terracing hillsides, and building complex water management systems. Applied to viticulture, this engineering mindset produced revolutionary results. Cistercians didn't just make wine, they optimized every variable. They conducted what amounted to controlled experiments, planting different grape varieties in adjacent plots and comparing results. They observed how subtle differences in soil composition, slope angle, and sun exposure affected grape quality. They meticulously documented which locations produce superior wine and why. Over decades of patient observation, Cistercian monks developed an empirical understanding of terroir that wouldn't be scientifically explained until the 20th century. The most famous example is Burgundy. Cistercian monks at the Abbey of Citeaux, founded in 1098, and their daughter house at Clos de Vougeot, established around 1110, transformed Burgundy into medieval Europe's premier wine region. They surveyed the Côte d'Or hillside, dividing it into parcels based on observed quality differences. They identified that limestone-rich soils on mid-slope positions produce superior wine to clay-heavy valley floors or thin soils near the hilltop. They discovered the plots separated by mere hundreds of feet could produce distinctly different wines. This close observation led to the classification of Burgundian climates, specific vineyard parcels defined by terroir, a system that persists today. Clos de Vougeot, the model vineyard. Clos de Vougeot deserves detailed attention because it exemplifies medieval monastic viticulture at its peak. The Cistercians enclosed approximately 50 hectares of prime vineyard land with stone walls. Close means enclosed, creating a controlled environment for winemaking experimentation. They built a massive wine press and fermentation facility on site, still standing today, complete with storage cellars that maintained stable temperatures year-round. They developed systematic approaches to every aspect of production: harvest timing, pressing techniques, fermentation management, barrel aging, blending. The monks kept detailed records of which sections of the vineyard produced the best wine. They noticed that wine from the upper slope tasted different from wine from lower sections, even though grape variety, pruning, and harvest timing were identical. This observation was revolutionary. It suggested that location itself, the specific combination of soil, drainage, microclimate, determined wine character independent of human intervention. The monks were discovering terroir through empirical observation centuries before the concept had a name. Clos de Vougeot wine became famous throughout medieval Europe. By the 13th century, it commanded premium prices and was served at royal courts. The vineyard's reputation survived the monastery's dissolution during the French Revolution and persists today as one of Burgundy's Grand Cru vineyards. The Cistercian model of careful observation, systematic improvement, and long-term investment established principles that guide fine winemaking to this day. The birth of terroir. The modern concept of terroir, the idea that wine expresses the unique characteristics of the place where grapes are grown, emerged from monastic observation. Monks had the time, continuity, and record-keeping discipline to notice patterns invisible to secular farmers working year to year. They observed that wines from neighboring plots tasted consistently different across multiple vintages. They noted that certain slopes always produced better wine than others. They recognized that these differences weren't random but reflected stable environmental factors. Burgundy's Cistercians weren't alone in this discovery. Benedictine monks along the Rhine River identified superior vineyard sites and established classifications based on quality. Monasteries in Champagne noted differences between wines from chalky soils versus clay. Cathedral chapters throughout France, Germany, and Italy maintained detailed records of vineyard performance across decades. The accumulated observations of hundreds of monastic communities created an empirical foundation for understanding wine quality that wouldn't be scientifically explained until modern soil science and plant physiology emerged. This knowledge was practical, not theoretical. Monks weren't trying to understand why terroir mattered. They simply observed that it did and acted accordingly. They paid more for superior vineyard land. They charged higher prices for wine from better locations. They traded and sold vineyards with clear awareness that some parcels were intrinsically more valuable than others. Medieval wine commerce reflected sophisticated understanding of quality differentiation based on origin, church economics, and cathedral vineyards. Wine wasn't just a sacramental necessity. It was also a major revenue source for the medieval church. Cathedral chapters, the administrative bodies governing cathedrals, owned extensive vineyards throughout wine-producing regions. The Archbishop of Cologne controlled vineyards along the Rhine that generated substantial income. The Bishop of Beaune derived significant revenue from Burgundian vineyards. Parish churches in wine regions owned small plots that helped support local clergy. The church's economic power created incentives for quality improvement. A cathedral chapter that produced superior wine could charge higher prices, funding church construction, supporting clergy, and financing charitable works. Competition between ecclesiastical institutions drove innovation. Monasteries experimented with new techniques, hoping to produce better wine that would enhance reputation and income. The religious and economic motivations reinforced each other, creating a powerful engine for viticultural advancement. Church institutions also had legal and political advantages. Monasteries and cathedral chapters could claim tax exemptions, secure favorable trade agreements, and use ecclesiastical authority to protect their commercial interests. Wine produced in monastic vineyards might be exempt from tolls or duties that secular producers had to pay. This institutional privilege allowed church wine to dominate medieval markets in many regions. Wine in Jewish tradition. While Christian ritual made wine theologically central, Jewish tradition had honored wine for millennia longer. In Jewish practice, wine sanctifies time. It's drunk during Kiddush to welcome the Sabbath, during Passover Seders to commemorate the Exodus, at weddings to celebrate unions, and at Brit Milah ceremonies to welcome sons into the covenant. The blessing over wine, "Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe, who creates the fruit of the vine," appears throughout Jewish liturgy. Medieval Jewish communities throughout Europe maintained wine production for ritual purposes. Because Jewish law required that wine used for ritual be handled only by observant Jews from grape to bottle, Jewish communities established their own vineyards and wineries. This created parallel wine economies in regions with significant Jewish populations. Jewish wine for Jewish use, Christian wine for Christian use, with limited crossover. Jewish winemakers developed their own techniques and traditions. documented in rabbinic responsa and community records. The requirements of kosher wine production also drove technological innovation. Jewish law forbade certain additives and required specific handling procedures, pushing winemakers to develop techniques for making stable, high-quality wine without practices common in Christian winemaking. Some of these techniques, particularly around cleanliness and temperature control, produced superior results that Christian winemakers eventually adopted. Islamic prohibition and cultural transformation. While Christianity and Judaism elevated wine to sacred status, Islam prohibited it. The Quran contains multiple verses condemning intoxicants, culminating in, "O you who believe, intoxicants and gambling are abominations of Satan's handiwork. Avoid them so that you may prosper." This prohibition had profound consequences for wine culture in regions that converted to Islam after the 7th century. For 8,000 years, wine had been a product of the Old World, Mediterranean and European, bounded by climate and geography. Between 1300 and 1700, that changed completely. European exploration carried grapevines across oceans to continents where Vitis vinifera had never grown. Spanish conquistadors planted vineyards in Mexico and Peru. Portuguese colonists established wine production in Brazil. Dutch settlers brought vines to South Africa. European colonists attempted viticulture from Virginia to New England. Wine became global, no longer tied to its ancient homelands. Meanwhile, back in Europe, winemakers were developing new styles that would define luxury for centuries. Sparkling champagne, fortified port, and sherry. Long-lived Madeira. This era saw wine transformed from regional product to global commodity, from traditional craft to object of Renaissance inquiry. The vine crosses the Atlantic. When Christopher Columbus sailed west in 1492, his ships carried European grapevines. The second voyage in 1493 brought more extensive agricultural cargo, including vine cuttings intended for planting in Hispaniola. Columbus understood that Spanish colonization meant recreating Spanish civilization, and Spanish civilization required wine. For religious reasons, mass demanded it, and for cultural reasons, Spaniards drank wine daily. Establishing vineyards in the New World was essential to colonial success. The early Caribbean plantings largely failed. Tropical heat, humidity, and unfamiliar diseases killed European vines or prevented proper ripening. But as Spanish conquest pushed into Mexico and South America, conditions improved. The high valleys of central Mexico, the coastal regions of Peru, and the temperate zones of Chile offered climates where Vitis vinifera could survive and even thrive. By the 1520s, Spanish colonists were planting vineyards throughout their American territories. The grape variety they planted, called Mission in North America, Criolla in South America, País in Chile, probably originated in Spain, though its exact identity remains debated. It was hardy, productive, and made serviceable if unexceptional wine. More importantly, it was available. Mission grapes spread throughout Spanish America, becoming the foundational variety for wine production from California to Argentina. For 2 centuries, nearly all New World wine came from this single variety, creating a remarkably uniform wine culture across thousands of miles. Spanish America. Missionaries and wine. The connection between Catholic missions and wine production was direct and deliberate. Franciscan, Dominican, and Jesuit missionaries moving north from Mexico City and south from Lima established mission churches throughout the Americas, and each mission needed wine for the Eucharist. Rather than import expensive wine from Spain, a journey that took months and frequently resulted in spoiled cargo, missions planted their own vineyards. In Mexico, vineyards were established in Puebla, Querétaro, and Guanajuato by the 1530s and 1540s. Production grew quickly enough that by the late 16th century, Mexican wine was competing with Spanish imports, prompting complaints from Spanish merchants and eventually restrictions on colonial wine production to protect the home industry. The Spanish crown wanted colonies to buy Spanish wine, not make their own, but the economics and logistics made local production inevitable. Peru developed an even more robust wine industry. The coastal valleys south of Lima, particularly Ica and Moquegua, proved ideal for viticulture. Peruvian wine production expanded rapidly through the 16th and 17th centuries, supplying not just local consumption, but export markets in other Spanish colonies. Wine and aguardiente, grape brandy, from Peru were shipped to Panama, Guatemala, and even Mexico, creating intra-colonial trade networks independent of Spain. Chile became the most successful viticultural colony. The Central Valley between Santiago and Concepcion had Mediterranean climate, ample water from Andean snowmelt, and fertile soils. Spanish colonists planted extensively, and Chilean wine quickly gained a reputation for quality superior to other colonial production. By the 17th century, Chilean wine was exported throughout Spanish South America and would eventually become the foundation for Chile's modern wine industry. Argentina's wine culture began later, but in the region that would become its heartland. Mendoza. Founded in 1561, Mendoza was an unlikely wine center, a desert city east of the Andes, hot and dry. But Spanish colonists built irrigation systems channeling mountain water to vineyards, creating an artificial oasis. Mendoza's altitude, about 3,000 feet, moderated temperatures, and intense sunlight ripened grapes thoroughly. By the 17th century, Mendoza was producing wine for regional consumption, establishing patterns that would make Argentina one of the world's major wine nations. Portugal, Brazil, and the wine problem. Portuguese colonization of Brazil after 1500 encountered a fundamental problem. Brazil's climate was terrible for Vitis vinifera. Hot, humid, tropical conditions across most of the country killed European vines or prevented fruit from ripening properly. Unlike Spanish colonies in temperate highlands and coastal valleys, Brazil had limited areas suitable for viticulture. The Portuguese tried anyway, planting vines in the southern regions where climate was marginally more favorable. São Paulo and later Rio Grande do Sul saw experimental vineyards, but success was limited. Brazilian wine production remained small, and the colony continued importing Portuguese wine, a profitable arrangement for Portuguese merchants, but frustrating for Brazilian colonists who wanted local production. This failure had lasting consequences. While Spanish America developed wine cultures that eventually produced world-class wines, Brazil's colonial wine industry never gained traction. Not until the 19th and 20th centuries, when Italian immigrants brought different varieties and techniques to southern Brazil, would the country establish significant wine production. The Dutch at the Cape. In 1652, the Dutch East India Company established a refreshment station at the Cape of Good Hope to provision ships traveling between Europe and Asia. The settlement needed food and drink, and wine was considered essential for preventing scurvy and maintaining morale on long voyages. Jan van Riebeck, the first commander, planted vines almost immediately, and by 1659 he recorded in his diary that he had produced the first Cape wine. Early Cape wine was mediocre, rough, poorly made stuff that nonetheless served its purpose. But in 1679, Simon van der Stel became governor and brought viticultural ambition. He established the farm Constantia and planted it systematically with European varieties, particularly Muscat grapes. Constantia produced sweet wines that gained international fame, eventually becoming favorites of European nobility. By the early 18th century, Constantia wines were exported to Europe and commanded premium prices. The Dutch Cape settlement established viticulture in Africa, creating what would become South Africa's wine industry. Unlike most colonial ventures, which relied on mission-type grapes, the Cape imported superior European varieties relatively early, giving South African wine a quality advantage that persists in the country's modern reputation. Failed attempts in North America. English colonists in North America desperately wanted wine. They found wild grapes everywhere: Vitis labrusca, Vitis riparia, Native American species that produce small, intensely flavored fruit, fundamentally different from Vitis vinifera. Colonists tried making wine from these native grapes and found it barely drinkable, with strange, foxy flavors, nothing like European wine. So they tried planting European vines and failed repeatedly. From the Jamestown colony in 1609 through dozens of subsequent attempts in Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and New England, European grapevines died within a few years of planting. Colonists didn't understand why. The climate seemed reasonable. Rainfall was adequate. Growing seasons were long enough. But Vitis vinifera consistently failed. The problem, discovered only much later, was disease. Native American grape species had co-evolved with fungal diseases: powdery mildew, downy mildew, black rot, and insect pests, particularly phylloxera, developing resistance over millennia. European Vitis vinifera, having evolved without these pressures, had no resistance. When planted in North America, European vines were devastated by pathogens and pests that native vines shrugged off. This failure meant English North America remained without significant wine production for 2 centuries. Colonists drank beer, cider, and rum instead, developing drinking cultures distinct from wine-centered Mediterranean traditions. The contrast with Spanish America was stark. Spanish colonists successfully transplanted their wine culture to the New World, while English colonists could not. This pattern would persist until the 19th century, when California's climate allowed successful Vitis vinifera cultivation at last. Renaissance viticulture, observation and improvement. Back in Europe, the Renaissance brought new approaches to viticulture, while medieval monks had refined techniques through empirical observation. Renaissance thinkers began seeking underlying principles. Agricultural treatises proliferated, documenting best practices and attempting systematic analysis of why certain techniques worked. French and Italian writers compiled extensive guides to vineyard management, grape varieties, winemaking techniques, and cellar practices. These weren't revolutionary. Most recommendations descended from Roman sources like Columella, but they represented growing literacy and the spread of technical knowledge beyond monastic walls. Printed books allowed systematic viticulture to reach a wider audience of landowners, estate managers, and commercial winemakers. Renaissance observers also began recognizing regional distinctions with greater precision. French writers documented differences between Burgundy, Bordeaux, Champagne, and Loire wines. German texts distinguished Rheingau from Mosel, Pfalz from Franconia. Italian authors mapped Tuscany, Piedmont, and Veneto. The concept of defined wine regions with characteristic styles was solidifying into the appellation thinking that would dominate modern wine culture. Champagne, bubbles, and Benedictines. The Champagne region, northeast of Paris, on the fringes of viable viticulture, produced light, acidic wines that didn't travel well. They were consumed locally and considered inferior to Burgundies from further south. But in the 17th century, winemakers noticed something interesting. Wines from Champagne sometimes re-fermented in the bottle, creating bubbles. This wasn't planned. It was a consequence of cool cellars stopping fermentation before all sugar was consumed, then resuming when bottles warmed in spring. The bubbles were initially considered a flaw, but some consumers enjoyed the effect. Sparkling wine became fashionable at the French court, and Champagne winemakers began trying to control and enhance effervescence. Dom Pierre Perignon, cellar master at the Abbey of Hautevillers, from 1668 to 1715, worked systematically to improve Champagne wines. Contrary to legend, he didn't invent champagne or sparkling wine. Both existed before him. But he refined production techniques, introduced careful blending of grapes from different vineyards, and improved wine quality significantly. The challenge was making sparkling wine reliably without bottles exploding. Glass production in the 17th century wasn't standardized, and many bottles couldn't withstand internal pressure from fermentation. Cork stoppers, recently introduced from Spain, provided better seals than previous methods, but weren't yet perfected. The process of deliberately creating sparkling wine through secondary fermentation in the bottle, the method champenoise, was still evolving. Not until the 18th century would champagne production become fully controlled and systematic. The 18th century transformed wine from agricultural product to collectible luxury. Glass bottles became standardized and affordable, allowing wine to age for decades in private cellars. Cork closures created reliable seals that preserved wine during long storage. The champagne method was perfected, creating controlled sparkling wine that became synonymous with celebration and wealth. Bordeaux Chateau established quality hierarchies that would formalize into official classifications. British merchants dominated international wine trade, shaping global tastes around port, sherry, and fine Bordeaux. Wine became investment, status symbol, an object of connoisseurship. This was the era when wine became not just a drink, but a category of luxury goods with its own economics, aesthetics, and social meaning. The foundations of modern fine wine were laid in these 100 years. The glass and cork revolution. For most of wine's history, it was consumed young. Wine was made in autumn, stored in barrels, and drunk within a year or two before it spoiled. Ancient Romans occasionally aged wine in amphorae, and medieval monasteries kept wines for several years. But extended aging was rare and unpredictable. The reason was simple. No one had containers that could preserve wine reliably over long periods. This changed in the 18th century with two technological developments: strong glass bottles and standardized cork stoppers. English glassmakers, using coal-fired furnaces that reached higher temperatures than traditional wood-fired kilns, developed thick, dark glass bottles, strong enough to withstand internal pressure and rough handling. These bottles were more uniform in size and shape than earlier production, allowing systematic storage. Meanwhile, cork, harvested from cork oak trees in Spain and Portugal, became the standard closure material. Cork was elastic enough to seal tightly, inert enough not to contaminate wine, and permeable enough to allow tiny amounts of oxygen exchange that facilitated aging. Together, glass and cork enabled a revolution in wine consumption. Producers discovered that certain wines, particularly red Bordeaux, port, and some Burgundies, actually improved with bottle age. Tannins softened, flavors integrated, harsh edges mellowed into complexity. Wine that was rough and astringent when young became smooth and nuanced after 10 or 20 years in the bottle. This discovery created an entirely new category: age-worthy fine wine, intended not for immediate consumption, but for patient maturation. The implications were enormous. Wealthy consumers could now build cellars stocked with wines from multiple vintages, creating personal reserves that appreciated in quality over time. Producers could market wines based not just on current taste, but on aging potential. Wine became collectible, an asset that increased in value through time. The modern wine collector, buying wines young, storing them carefully, and drinking them at optimal maturity, was born in 18th century Europe, enabled by glass and cork. Bordeaux. Hierarchy emerges. Bordeaux entered the 18th century as an established wine region, but left it as the definitive model for fine wine hierarchy. The left bank of the Gironde estuary, particularly the Médoc and Graves districts, was planted with estates that would become the most famous names in wine: Lafite, Latour, Margaux, Haut-Brion. These properties belonged to wealthy nobles and merchants who invested heavily in viticulture, constructed impressive chateaux, and marketed their wines aggressively to wealthy consumers in Paris, London, and Amsterdam. Quality distinctions were already recognized by early in the century. certain estates consistently commanded higher prices than their neighbors. Brokers and merchants developed informal rankings based on market prices and reputation. By mid-century, these rankings had solidified into a clear hierarchy. The top estates, Lafite, Latour, Margaux, and Aubryon, were recognized as premiers, the first tier. Below them were seconds, thirds, fourths, each commanding progressively lower prices, but all considered superior to ordinary Bordeaux. This classification was formalized in 1855 when the Bordeaux Chamber of Commerce, preparing for the Paris Universal Exhibition, asked wine brokers to rank the region's estates officially. The resulting classification, based purely on market prices over the previous century, divided Medoc reds into 5 growths, Curieux, and Sauternes, sweet whites, into 3. The 1855 classification, as it became known, has remained essentially unchanged for over 150 years and still defines Bordeaux's quality hierarchy today. But the groundwork was laid in the 18th century when these estates established their reputations through consistent quality. What made these estates superior? Partly terroir, gravelly soils that drained well and retained heat, temperate climate moderated by proximity to the Gironde, optimal sun exposure. Partly investment, wealthy owners who could afford to wait for vines to mature, to select only the best fruit, to age wine properly before release. Partly winemaking skill, experienced cellar masters who understood fermentation, blending, and barrel aging. And partly marketing, estate owners who cultivated relationships with wealthy buyers and promoted their brands successfully. Bordeaux demonstrated that fine wine required not just good grapes, but capital, patience, expertise, and commercial acumen. Champagne, perfected. While Bordeaux was establishing hierarchies for still wine, Champagne was perfecting sparkling wine. The process remained challenging through the early 18th century. Bottles exploded frequently, losing wine and risking injury to cellar workers. The wine was cloudy from dead yeast cells that settled in the bottle. Quality was inconsistent, but winemakers were systematically solving these problems. The breakthrough came from a more unlikely source: widows. When François Clicquot died in 1805, his young widow Nicole Barbe Clicquot took control of the Champagne house. Over the next several decades, Veuve Clicquot, widow Clicquot, revolutionized champagne production. She developed the riddling table, a rack that held bottles at an angle, allowing gradual rotation to settle yeast sediment into the neck. Once concentrated, the sediment could be frozen and expelled, dégorgement, leaving clear sparkling wine. This process, combined with precise dosage, adding exact amounts of sugar and wine after disgorgement to achieve desired sweetness, created the modern champagne method. Other innovations followed: stronger bottles, standardized to withstand pressure, reduced explosions, improved cork and wire cages, muselets, secured closures. Careful blending of wines from multiple vineyards created consistent house styles. By the late 18th and early 19th centuries, champagne houses were producing sparkling wine reliably, with controlled effervescence, clarity, and consistent quality. Champagne became the ultimate celebration wine. associated with luxury, festivity, and aristocratic life. The economics of champagne were distinctive. Production required substantial capital, expensive bottles, multiple years of aging, significant losses from failed bottles. Only wealthy producers could afford the investment. This barrier to entry concentrated production among established houses: Moet, Clicquot, Ruinart, Heidsieck, creating brand dominance that persists today. Champagne became one of the first wines where brand mattered as much as or more than terroir. British wine merchants, port and sherry houses. While the French perfected champagne, British merchants dominated the fortified wine trade. Port and sherry were already popular in Britain by the early 18th century, but British firms transformed them from commodity products into premium luxury wines. English and Scottish merchants established houses in Oporto and Jerez, bought grapes or wine from local producers, aged and blended them in their own cellars, and shipped them to Britain under their own brands. These firms, names like Taylor's, Graham's, and Dow's in port, Osborne, Harvey's, and Gonzalez Bias in sherry, brought capital, organization, and marketing sophistication to regions that had lacked them. They standardized quality, developed consistent house styles, and educated British consumers about different wine types and aging categories. Vintage port, aged in bottle for decades, became a fixture of upper-class British dining. Old Oloroso sherry became a gentleman's drink, served in private clubs and country houses. British dominance in these trades reflected broader commercial patterns. Britain's navy controlled sea routes. British merchants had access to capital, and British consumers had wealth to spend on luxury goods. Wine became part of Britain's imperial economy. Port from Allied Portugal, sherry from Spain when relations allowed, Madeira from Portuguese Atlantic islands. British taste shaped these wines profoundly. They were made to suit British palates, aged to British preferences, and marketed to British buyers. The wines themselves were Portuguese and Spanish, but their commercial identity was British. Thomas Jefferson, American wine advocate. No American of the 18th century was more passionate about wine than Thomas Jefferson. During his time as American minister to France from 1785 to 1789, Jefferson traveled extensively through French wine regions, visiting Burgundy, Bordeaux, the Rhone Valley, and Provence. He kept detailed notes on vineyards, winemaking techniques, and wine quality. He shipped cases of wine back to America and continued ordering European wine for the rest of his life. Jefferson believed wine was essential to civilized life and wanted America to develop its own wine culture. He planted European vines repeatedly at his Monticello estate in Virginia, and they failed repeatedly, killed by the same diseases and pests that had destroyed colonial attempts for nearly 2 centuries. Jefferson never understood why Vitis vinifera couldn't survive in Virginia, but his failures illustrated a fundamental problem. The eastern United States couldn't support European wine grapes with 18th century knowledge and technology. Despite practical failures, Jefferson's advocacy was culturally important. He introduced fine European wine to American political and social elites, establishing wine appreciation as a mark of sophistication among the founding generation. He argued that wine was healthier than spirits, hoping to shift American drinking culture away from rum and whiskey toward wine. He envisioned America as a future wine nation, which proved prophetic even though it took another century and required different geography, California rather than Virginia, to achieve. Jefferson's wine purchases also provide historical documentation of 18th century prices and prestige hierarchies. His records show what wines cost, which were considered finest, and how wine functioned in elite social circles. A bottle of Jefferson's Chateau d'Yquem sold at auction in 1985 for over $50,000, demonstrating both the enduring value of 18th century wine knowledge and the collector market that would emerge centuries later. The 19th century gave wine its greatest scientific triumph and its worst existential crisis. In the 1860s, Louis Pasteur finally explained fermentation, solving a mystery that had puzzled humanity for 8,000 years. His discoveries enabled winemakers to control previously unpredictable processes, stabilize wines that would have spoiled, and produce consistent quality. But almost simultaneously, a microscopic pest from America, the Phylloxera aphid, arrived in Europe and began systematically destroying every vineyard on the continent. Between 1863 and 1900, Phylloxera devastated European wine production, wiping out entire regions, bankrupting thousands of growers, and threatening to end European wine culture entirely. The solution, when it finally came, was as ironic as it was effective: grafting European vines onto American rootstock. The pest came from America, and so did the cure. This century of scientific breakthrough and biological catastrophe fundamentally transformed wine, forcing the industry to rebuild itself on more scientific foundations. Pasteur, the mystery solved. For millennia, fermentation was mysterious. Grape juice turned into wine, but no one knew how or why. Ancient peoples attributed it to gods. Medieval monks called it divine transformation. Winemakers developed elaborate techniques through trial and error, but couldn't explain the fundamental mechanism. They knew that cleanliness mattered, that temperature affected results, that air exposure could ruin wine, but they didn't know why. Louis Pasteur, a French chemist and microbiologist, solved the mystery in the 1860s, working initially on beer and wine spoilage for French commercial interests. Pasteur demonstrated that fermentation was biological, not chemical. Microscopic organisms, yeasts, consumed sugar and produced alcohol and carbon dioxide as metabolic byproducts. Different yeast strains produced different flavors. Bacteria could contaminate fermentation, creating off flavors or turning wine to vinegar. Fermentation wasn't spontaneous generation or divine intervention. It was microbiology. This discovery was revolutionary. Published in his 1866 Études sur le vin, Studies on Wine, Pasteur's findings gave winemakers conceptual tools to understand and control their craft. If fermentation was biological, then controlling microorganisms controlled fermentation. Temperature management wasn't just empirically effective. It worked because it influenced yeast metabolism. Cleanliness wasn't superstition. It prevented bacterial contamination. Air exposure caused spoilage. because it allowed acetic acid bacteria to convert alcohol to vinegar. Every traditional practice winemakers had developed over centuries could now be explained and optimized. Pasteur also developed practical applications. He showed that heating wine to moderate temperatures, what became known as pasteurization, killed spoilage organisms without significantly damaging flavor. Pasteurized wine remained stable for months or years without refrigeration, solving a problem that had plagued wine commerce since ancient times. While many fine wine producers avoided pasteurization to preserve delicate flavors, commercial producers adopted it widely, reducing losses from spoilage and allowing wine to reach distant markets reliably. Chemistry and control. Pasteur's work opened floodgates of wine science. Chemists analyzed wine composition in detail, identifying hundreds of compounds contributing to flavor, aroma, and stability. They studied how different grape varieties produced different chemical profiles, how barrel aging introduced compounds from oak wood, how bottle aging transformed wine through slow oxidation. Wine chemistry became a serious scientific discipline with academic departments, published research, and practical applications. One critical discovery was the role of sulfur dioxide, SO2, as a preservative and antioxidant. Romans had burned sulfur in empty barrels to clean them, unknowingly producing SO2 that prevented spoilage. Now scientists understood the mechanism. SO2 killed bacteria and wild yeasts, prevented oxidation, and stabilized wine during aging and transport. Winemakers began using SO2 systematically, adding precise amounts at various production stages. Modern winemaking without SO2 is nearly impossible for most commercial wines. It's the single most important preservative in the industry. Other chemical advances followed. Scientists developed methods to measure acidity precisely, allowing winemakers to adjust pH for optimal fermentation. They identified tannins as key compounds in red wine structure and aging potential. They studied how different cooperage, French oak versus American oak, new barrels versus old, affected flavor chemistry. Wine was becoming an applied science, informed by laboratory analysis and controlled experimentation. This scientific approach created tensions that persist today. Traditional winemakers argued that science reduced wine to chemistry, destroying its artisanal soul. They worried that laboratory techniques would homogenize wine, erasing regional character and terroir expression. Scientific winemakers countered that understanding mechanisms didn't eliminate craft. It elevated it, allowing intentional creation of specific styles instead of relying on luck and tradition. This debate between tradition and science, terroir and technology, continues to shape wine culture. The invasion begins. In the early 1860s, vine growers in southern France began noticing something strange. Grapevines were declining for no apparent reason. Leaves yellowing, growth stunted, fruit production dropping, and eventually, plants dying. The problem spread slowly at first, appearing in scattered vineyards in the Rhône Valley and Languedoc. Growers blamed poor soil, disease, unfavorable weather. But the dying vines increased year by year, spreading in concentric circles from initial infection, points. By the mid-1860s, it was clear this was something unprecedented. Scientists investigated and discovered microscopic insects on the roots of dying vines. Tiny yellow aphids, barely visible, that fed on root sap and secreted a substance that rotted root tissue. The pest was identified as Phylloxera vastatrix, later reclassified as Dactylosphira vitifoliae, a species native to North America. Somehow it had crossed the Atlantic and was now killing European grapevines with terrifying efficiency. European Vitis vinifera had no resistance. The aphids reproduced explosively. A single female could produce hundreds of offspring in a season. They spread through soil, crawling from root to root, covering miles per year. Infested vineyards died within 3 to 5 years. Replanting was futile. The aphids remained in the soil, killing new vines as quickly as they were planted. The pest was microscopic, subterranean, prolific, and unstoppable. It was the perfect biological weapon, and it was destroying European wine. Devastation spreads. Through the 1870s and 1880s, Phylloxera spread across Europe with plague-like inevitability. France was hit hardest. By 1890, approximately 70% of French vineyards had been destroyed. Entire wine regions were wiped out. The Bordeaux wine trade collapsed. Burgundy's small growers faced bankruptcy. Languedoc, which had been replanting with higher quality varieties, saw those investments destroyed before they matured. Champagne, the Rhône Valley, the Loire, all suffered catastrophic losses. The economic consequences were staggering. Wine production plummeted. Prices for remaining wine skyrocketed. Thousands of vignerons lost their livelihoods. Rural economies dependent on viticulture collapsed. Workers who had harvested grapes and made wine for generations had no employment. Social unrest followed. In southern France, desperate growers rioted against perceived government indifference. Wine fraud became epidemic as merchants stretched limited supplies with inferior additives or sold fake wine made from raisins, sugar, and chemicals. Phylloxera wasn't limited to France. It spread to Spain, Portugal, Italy, Germany, Austria, and eventually every European wine region, except a few isolated areas with sandy soils the aphids couldn't penetrate. Each country suffered similar devastation. Italy lost half its vineyards. Spain's production dropped by 2/3. Germany's Rhine and Mosel valleys were devastated. By the 1890s, European wine production was a fraction of its pre-Phylloxera levels, and there was no solution in sight. Desperate measures. European governments and scientific institutions mobilized desperately to stop Phylloxera. The French government offered a prize of 300,000 francs, an enormous sum, for an effective remedy. Hundreds of proposals poured in, most useless. Flooding vineyards, effective but impractical in most locations. Burying toads under vines, folklore with no effect. Applying toxic chemicals to soil. Killed the vine along with the aphid. Some approaches showed partial success. Carbon disulfide, injected into soil, killed aphids temporarily, but required repeated expensive treatments and damaged soil ecology. Scientists tried developing Phylloxera-resistant Vitis vinifera varieties through breeding, but progress was slow and results disappointing. They attempted quarantine measures. But the aphid spread faster than regulations could contain. They studied the pest's life cycle, discovering it had both root-dwelling and leaf-feeding forms, complicating control efforts. Every year brought new desperation as more vineyards died and no solution emerged. Meanwhile, a few observers noticed something peculiar. American grapevines growing in European botanical gardens weren't affected by phylloxera. American vines, Vitis labrusca, Vitis riparia, Vitis rupestris, had co-evolved with phylloxera over millennia and developed resistance. The aphids fed on their roots without causing serious damage. Could American vines be the answer? The American solution. The solution emerged from an unlikely source. American vine roots with European vines grafted onto them. If American roots were resistant to phylloxera, and if European Vitis vinifera vines could be grafted onto those roots, the resulting plant would survive. The American rootstock would resist the aphid, while the European scion would produce quality wine grapes unchanged. It was horticultural surgery, combining the strengths of both species. The idea wasn't entirely new. Grafting had been used in agriculture for millennia, but applying it to wine grapes at industrial scale was unprecedented. Early experiments in the 1870s and 1880s showed promise. Grafted vines survived in phylloxera-infested soil. They produced normal yields. The fruit quality seemed unchanged. As evidence accumulated, grafting shifted from experimental technique to desperate necessity to industry standard. Implementation wasn't simple. Not all American rootstock varieties worked in all European soils and climates. Scientists had to test dozens of combinations, matching rootstocks to specific conditions. Grafting required skilled labor. Each vine had to be individually grafted by hand, a time-consuming and expensive process. Nurseries had to produce millions of rootstock plants and train workers in grafting techniques. The scale of replanting required was staggering. Millions of acres of vineyards across the continent. Rebuilding Europe's vineyards. From the 1880s through the early 1900s, European viticulture underwent its greatest transformation since the Roman era. Entire wine regions were replanted vine by vine with grafted plants. The process took decades and required capital many small growers didn't have. Banks financed replanting operations. Governments subsidized rootstock nurseries. Cooperatives formed to share costs and expertise. Slowly, painfully, Europe's vineyards were rebuilt on American roots. The recovery was uneven. Wealthy regions like Bordeaux could afford to replant relatively quickly, with grafted vines on optimal rootstocks. Poorer regions struggled. Some growers lacked capital for replanting. Some waited too long, hoping for cheaper solutions. Some gave up viticulture entirely. Certain wine regions never recovered their pre-phylloxera extent. Marginal areas that had barely been profitable before phylloxera weren't worth replanting. Some historic wine regions disappeared completely, their vineyards converted to other agriculture or abandoned. The replanting also created opportunities for improvement. Growers could redesign vineyard layouts with modern spacing and trellising. They could select superior clones of traditional varieties or experiment with different grapes. They could apply new scientific knowledge about soil management and canopy control. In some ways, phylloxera forced European viticulture to modernize, adopting practices that might have taken another century to implement voluntarily. The first half of the 20th century nearly destroyed wine twice. First, the American temperance movement achieved the impossible, outlawing alcohol entirely in what had been one of the world's largest wine markets. Prohibition devastated American wine culture from 1920 to 1933, erasing decades of progress and institutional knowledge. Then, 2 world wars turned European vineyards into battlefields, disrupted harvests, starved populations, and redirected resources from wine to weapons. Yet wine survived. European producers rebuilt after each war. American winemakers slowly reconstructed their industry after Prohibition's repeal. Industrial methods made wine cheaper and more consistent, even if less distinctive. And in the Southern Hemisphere, Australia, New Zealand, Argentina, Chile, European immigrants planted vines and established wine cultures that would eventually compete with Old World dominance. This was wine's era of survival and transformation, the dark years before the modern wine revolution. The Temperance Crusade. The American temperance movement began in the 19th century as a moral reform campaign targeting alcohol abuse. Early temperance advocates focused on spirits, arguing that distilled liquor caused social problems, domestic violence, poverty, crime, while wine and beer were relatively benign. But by the early 20th century, the movement had radicalized. Groups like the Women's Christian Temperance Union and the Anti-Saloon League demanded total prohibition of all alcoholic beverages, including wine. They portrayed any alcohol consumption as sinful, addictive, and socially destructive. Their campaign succeeded with shocking speed. State by state, prohibition laws passed through the 1910s. Then, in 1919, the 18th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution prohibited the manufacture, sale, or transportation of intoxicating liquors throughout the United States. The Volstead Act, passed to enforce the amendment, defined intoxicating as anything containing more than 0.5% alcohol. Wine, beer, and spirits were illegal. On January 17, 1920, Prohibition became federal law. The impact on American wine was catastrophic. Commercial wineries were forced to close or convert to other products. Vineyards were ripped out and replanted with table grapes or other crops. Wine merchants, distributors, and retailers went out of business. Winemaking knowledge, accumulated over generations, was scattered as winemakers retired, died, or found other work. America's emerging wine industry, particularly in California, which had been producing increasingly sophisticated wines, was effectively destroyed overnight. Loopholes and survival prohibition contained loopholes that allowed wine to survive in diminished form. The most important was the sacramental wine exemption. Because wine was essential to Catholic and Jewish religious ceremonies, the law allowed religious institutions to purchase wine for liturgical use. Wineries that could secure contracts with churches and synagogues remained in operation, producing sacramental wine under strict supervision. Some unscrupulous operations exploited this loophole. with congregations appearing overnight to acquire legal wine for less sacred purposes. Another loophole permitted home winemaking. Households could produce up to 200 gallons of non-intoxicating fruit juice annually for home consumption. Commercial suppliers sold wine bricks, concentrated grape juice that came with warnings specifically not to add yeast and water and store in a cool place for 21 days, because that would produce wine, which would be illegal. The instructions for what not to do were, of course, exact instructions for making wine. Home winemaking exploded during Prohibition, though the quality was generally terrible. Some California grape growers actually prospered during Prohibition by selling fresh grapes to home winemakers. Demand for wine grapes increased and prices rose, but this came at a cost. Growers focused on thick-skinned varieties that could survive transcontinental rail shipping to eastern cities, not on quality wine grapes. Varieties like Alicante Bouschet, which made mediocre wine but shipped well, replaced superior varieties. When Prohibition ended, California vineyards were planted with the wrong grapes. The repeal and its aftermath. Prohibition failed spectacularly. It didn't stop drinking. It just made alcohol consumption illegal, funding organized crime and corrupting law enforcement. Speakeasies proliferated. Bootleggers prospered. Quality and safety plummeted as unregulated producers sold dangerous, adulterated alcohol. By the early 1930s, public opinion had turned decisively against Prohibition. In 1933, the 21st Amendment repealed the 18th, ending the noble experiment after 13 years. But the damage to American wine culture was profound and lasting. When Prohibition ended, the industry had to rebuild from near zero. Experienced winemakers were gone. Vineyards were planted with the wrong varieties. Distribution networks had to be reconstructed. Crucially, consumer tastes had changed. Americans who had grown up during Prohibition had no wine education. They didn't know wine styles, grape varieties, or regions. They had no sophisticated palates. The market for fine wine had disappeared. Post-Prohibition American wine was mostly cheap, sweet, and simple. Dessert wines and fortified wines that appealed to unsophisticated palates. Brands like Gallo focused on high-volume, low-price production. California produced port and sherry and Burgundy, not the real products from Portugal, Spain, and France, but generic American imitations named after European styles. Quality winemaking existed, but barely. A few holdouts like Beaulieu Vineyard and Inglenook maintained standards, but they were exceptions, serving tiny markets. The deeper loss was cultural. Prohibition had broken the intergenerational transmission of wine knowledge in America. The restaurateurs who knew how to pair wine with food, the merchants who could guide customers to appropriate bottles, the consumers who understood quality, all disappeared during Prohibition's 13 years. Rebuilding this knowledge would take decades. America's wine culture was set back 50 years, giving Europe an unchallenged monopoly on fine wine for another generation. Europe in World War I. Meanwhile, Europe was fighting a different catastrophe. World War I turned wine regions into battlefields. The Western Front ran through Champagne and close to Burgundy. Trenches scarred vineyards. Artillery destroyed cellars. Young men who should have been harvesting grapes were dying in trenches. Labor shortages meant grapes rotted on vines. Resources that might have gone to viticulture were redirected to warfare. Champagne was hit particularly hard. Major battles, the First Marne, the Second Marne, were fought directly in the region's vineyards. Reims Cathedral, a historic landmark, was shelled and damaged. Yet producers somehow maintained harvests throughout the war, working in dangerous conditions to preserve the industry. Cellars served as bomb shelters where civilians and soldiers took refuge during bombardments. Some producers stored their finest bottles deep underground, protecting them from destruction. The war disrupted markets and trade. International wine commerce essentially stopped. Ships that might have carried wine were transporting troops and munitions instead. Domestic French wine consumption continued. Soldiers received wine rations, maintaining the tradition of wine as everyday beverage. But export markets collapsed. Producers who had relied on foreign sales faced bankruptcy. When the war ended in 1918, European wine regions had to rebuild. Vineyards had been neglected or destroyed. Equipment was worn out. Labor forces were decimated. An entire generation of young men had been killed. The 1920s brought gradual recovery. But just as Europe's wine industry regained stability, economic depression hit in the 1930s, followed by another, worse war. World War II. Occupation and resistance. World War II affected wine differently than the First World War. Rather than turning wine regions into active battlefields, Nazi Germany occupied France and controlled its wine industry. German authorities requisitioned wine, shipping millions of bottles to Germany. They set prices, controlled distribution, and determined who could buy wine. French producers faced impossible choices: cooperate with occupiers to keep their businesses alive, or resist and risk arrest, property seizure, or worse. Some producers hid their best wines, walling up cellars or burying bottles to prevent German confiscation. They submitted inferior wines for requisition while protecting their finest vintages. Others engaged in quiet resistance, using wine cellars for underground meetings or hiding persecuted individuals. Still, others collaborated more directly, selling wine to German officers and profiting from occupation. Harvests continued throughout the war, though with difficulty. Labor shortages meant women, elderly workers, and even German prisoners of war worked the vineyards. Equipment and supplies were scarce. Transportation was limited. Yet wine was made because wine was valuable. To German occupiers who wanted it, to French civilians who needed any normalcy, to the black market where it could be traded for necessities. The war years, 1940-1945, produced some legendary vintages, particularly 1945, considered one of the greatest years of the century. But the industry emerged damaged. Vineyards had been neglected. Equipment was outdated. Markets had been disrupted. Post-war recovery would require years of investment and rebuilding. Industrial winemaking arrives. The mid-20th century brought industrialization to wine production. New technologies, stainless steel tanks, temperature-controlled fermentation, filtration systems, bottling lines, allowed producers to make wine more efficiently and consistently. Large cooperatives formed, pooling resources of small growers to achieve economies of scale. Wine became a mass-market product, not just an artisanal craft. This industrialization had benefits. It reduced spoilage and waste. It allowed precise control over fermentation and aging. It made wine more affordable for average consumers. Technical quality improved across the board. Even cheap wine was clean, stable, and safe to drink, unlike earlier eras when bulk wine could be actively dangerous. But industrialization also homogenized wine. Large producers aimed for consistent, inoffensive styles that appealed to broad markets. Regional character and distinctive terroir expression became secondary to reliable production. Wine brands behaved like other consumer products, marketed aggressively, designed for mass appeal, optimized for profit rather than quality. The romance of small estate production, careful handcrafting, and individual expression seemed threatened by industrial efficiency. Europe split into two wine cultures: industrial bulk production for everyday consumption and small-scale estate production for connoisseurs. France produced enormous quantities of cheap vin ordinaire, simple table wine for working-class households, alongside prestigious classified growths from Bordeaux and Burgundy. Italy manufactured rivers of basic Chianti while maintaining traditional production in Piedmont and Tuscany. Spain exported bulk wine while protecting Rioja's reputation. The wine world was bifurcating into commodity and luxury tiers. On May 24, 1976, in a Paris hotel, 9 French wine experts conducted what they assumed would be a routine blind tasting, comparing California wines to their French counterparts. The Californians would do respectably, everyone assumed, but the French wines, particularly the Bordeaux and Burgundies, would demonstrate their superiority, as they always had. Instead, California wines won in both red and white categories. The judges were shocked. The wine world was stunned. And in that single afternoon, 3,000 years of European wine supremacy ended. The Judgment of Paris, as it became known, announced that wine quality was no longer Europe's monopoly. Geography wasn't destiny. Tradition wasn't sufficient. The new world had arrived, and wine would never be the same. This was the beginning of modern wine culture: global, scientific, market-driven, and increasingly divorced from its ancient European roots. Robert Mondavi, the ambitious visionary. The transformation began with one man's refusal to accept California's inferiority. Robert Mondavi, born in 1913 to Italian immigrant parents, grew up in California's wine industry during its post-prohibition mediocrity. He worked at his family's Charles Krug winery, watching as California produced bulk wine, while Europe dominated the prestige market. Mondavi became convinced that California could make wines equal to the finest French estates, but only with total commitment to quality, modern technology, and premium pricing. In 1966, at age 52, after a bitter family dispute forced him out of Charles Krug, Mondavi founded his own winery in Oakville, Napa Valley. The Robert Mondavi Winery was different from the start. It was designed as a showpiece, a mission-style building with a distinctive arch, built to attract visitors and establish wine tourism in Napa. Mondavi invested in temperature-controlled stainless steel fermentation tanks, French oak barrels, and laboratory equipment. He hired consultants from Bordeaux and Burgundy. He charged premium prices that shocked the market. His wines cost as much as classified growth Bordeaux. Mondavi's philosophy was straightforward. California had better growing conditions than France, more sunshine, warmer temperatures, more reliable weather. So, with equivalent technique and equipment, California should produce superior wine. He rejected the inherited inferiority complex that haunted American winemaking. He promoted Napa Valley aggressively, hosting tastings, courting wine writers, and positioning California as Bordeaux's equal, not its imitator. Other producers followed Mondavi's lead. Heights Cellars, Stag's Leap Wine Cellars, Chateau Montelena, Ridge Vineyards, and others focused on premium production in the 1960s and early 1970s. They planted hillside vineyards in optimal locations, invested in modern equipment, employed university-trained winemakers, and aimed deliberately to rival European wines. They created what would become the modern California wine industry, quality-focused, science-driven, and unapologetically ambitious. UC Davis, the Science Factory. California's wine revolution required scientific foundation, and the University of California, Davis, provided it. UC Davis had established viticulture and enology programs in the early 20th century, but by the 1960s, it had become the world's premier wine research institution. Its graduates, armed with degrees in fermentation science, plant pathology, and wine chemistry, were systematically transforming California winemaking from intuitive craft to applied science. UC Davis researchers studied every aspect of wine production. They identified which grape varieties performed best in which California microclimates, creating the concept of heat summation, calculating growing degree days to match varieties to regions. They researched yeast strains, recommending specific cultured yeasts that produced reliable, consistent fermentation instead of unpredictable wild yeasts. They developed protocols for managing malolactic fermentation, controlling oxidation, and preventing spoilage. They taught scientific winemaking to hundreds of students who spread throughout California and beyond. This scientific approach differed fundamentally from European tradition. French winemakers learned by apprenticeship, inheriting knowledge from fathers and grandfathers, following regional practices developed over centuries. California winemakers learned in classrooms and laboratories, studying chemistry and microbiology, measuring and controlling every variable. They viewed winemaking as engineering, a set of controllable processes that could be optimized through measurement and adjustment. The results were wines of unprecedented technical quality. California wines had no spoilage, no off flavors, no unpredictability. They were clean, fruity, and powerful. Critics who dismissed them as lacking soul or terroir missed the point. California was building a new wine culture from scientific principles rather than inherited tradition, and the market was responding enthusiastically. Australia's parallel revolution. While California was building its quality wine industry, Australia was undergoing its own transformation. Australian wine had been dominated by fortified styles until the 1960s, when a few producers began focusing on table wines for sophisticated palates. The most important figure was Max Schubert at Penfolds, who created Grange, Australia's first cult wine, in the 1950s. Schubert had visited Bordeaux and returned convinced that Australia could produce age-worthy red wines. He created Grange using Shiraz, Syrah, an unfashionable variety at the time, aging it in new American oak barrels. The wine was massively concentrated, tannic, and powerful. Nothing like the elegant Bordeaux Schubert had admired, but something entirely new. Penfolds management initially hated it, ordering Schubert to stop production. He continued making Grange secretly, and by the Alcorsaigne 1960s, it was recognized as Australia's greatest wine, eventually becoming one of the world's most collectible bottles. Australia followed California's scientific path, but with even more willingness to break European rules. Australian winemakers blended across regions, mixed varieties unconventionally, used American oak instead of French oak, and picked grapes at higher ripeness levels than Europeans would tolerate. They created wines that were fruit-forward, powerful, and immediately appealing. Wines that pleased international markets more than they resembled European models. By the 1970s, Australian producers like Penfolds, Wynns, and Lindemans were exporting wines that challenged traditional assumptions. Australia demonstrated that New World wine could be both distinctive and excellent, not merely imitative of European styles. The Judgment of Paris. The setup was elegant in its simplicity. Stephen Spurrier, a British wine merchant living in Paris, organized a blind tasting to celebrate the American bicentennial. 9 judges, all French, all established wine professionals, including the head of the Institut National des Appellations d'Origine, the body controlling French wine law, would taste California and French wines side by side without knowing which was which. The premise seemed safe. French wines would surely demonstrate their superiority. The lineup included California Chardonnays against white Burgundies and California Cabernet Sauvignon against Bordeaux first growths. The judges used a 20-point scoring system, rating each wine individually. Time magazine sent a reporter to cover what everyone assumed would be a minor story about respectable California wines losing gracefully to French greatness. The results stunned everyone. In the white wine category, Chateau Montelena's 1973 Chardonnay scored highest, beating Meursault Charme and other prestigious Burgundies. In reds, Stagg's Leap Wine Cellars 1973 Cabernet Sauvignon topped the list, outscoring Chateau Mouton Rothschild, Chateau Haut-Brion, and Chateau Montrose. California wines didn't just compete, they won decisively. The judges' reactions revealed their shock. One judge, after learning the results, tried to retrieve her score sheet, claiming error. Another stated she had marked the highest scoring wine as obviously from France. The French wine establishment dismissed the tasting as meaningless, a fluke, poorly organized, not representative. But the damage was done. Time magazine ran a story. Judgment of Paris, California defeats all Gaul. The wine world's fundamental assumption that European wines were inherently superior had been shattered in public. The seismic shift. The judgment of Paris didn't change wine overnight, but it changed perception permanently. Before Paris 1976, serious wine meant French wine. California was for cheap jug wines and sweet dessert wines. After Paris, California had legitimacy. If blind tasting French experts couldn't distinguish California from Bordeaux and actually preferred California, then geography didn't determine quality as absolutely as everyone had believed. Investment flowed into California. Wealthy individuals and corporations bought Napa Valley land, building boutique wineries with European-trained winemakers and unlimited budgets. French luxury conglomerates, LVMH, champagne houses, established California properties, validating the region through their presence. Napa Valley real estate prices soared. Vineyard land that had sold for a few $1,000s per acre in the 1960s commanded hundreds of thousands by the 1980s. But more profound than economic changes was psychological transformation. New World winemakers gained confidence. They stopped apologizing for not being French and started celebrating their own identities. Australian winemakers made bigger, riper wines than Europeans would tolerate. Chilean producers marketed value rather than tradition. New Zealand developed distinctly pungent Sauvignon Blancs, unlike anything from Loire Valley. European producers faced an identity crisis. For generations, they had relied on geographical reputation. This wine is good because it comes from Bordeaux. Now they had to compete on quality, not just heritage. Some responded by modernizing, adopting New World techniques while maintaining regional character. Others doubled down on tradition, arguing that terroir and authenticity mattered more than blind tasting scores. The tension between these approaches would define late 20th century wine culture, New World philosophy, power, and ripeness. California and Australia developed a distinctive winemaking philosophy centered on ripe fruit, oak influence, and immediate appeal. New World winemakers picked grapes later than Europeans, at higher sugar levels, producing wines with more alcohol, more fruit intensity, and more body. They used new oak barrels liberally, adding vanilla, toast, and spice flavors. They embraced malolactic fermentation in white wines, creating creamy, buttery textures. The result was wines that were fruit-forward, powerful, and accessible young. Wines that tasted delicious immediately, rather than requiring decades of aging. This style had commercial advantages. Consumers could taste a young New World wine and immediately appreciate its fruit and richness. It didn't require expertise to enjoy. European wines, particularly Bordeaux and Burgundy, often tasted harsh, tannic, and closed when young, requiring patience and knowledge to appreciate their potential. New World wines democratized pleasure. They tasted good now to anyone. Critics of New World style argued it obliterated terroir, creating homogeneous, international wines that could come from anywhere. They complained about excessive oak, too much alcohol, and fruit that obscured rather than expressed place. They worried that New World success would pressure European producers to abandon traditional styles in favor of market-friendly power. Wines. These tensions created the Parker debate, named after Robert Parker, the critic who would reshape wine markets entirely. The last 15 years of the 20th century completed wine's transformation from European tradition to global commodity. Vineyards spread to every continent with suitable climate. Chile, Argentina, New Zealand, South Africa all established export-driven wine industries targeting international markets. The same grape varieties appeared everywhere. Chardonnay and Cabernet Sauvignon became global currencies, planted from California to China. Consulting winemakers flew between hemispheres, spreading techniques and homogenizing styles. Corporate consolidation concentrated ownership, with luxury conglomerates and beverage companies assembling wine portfolios spanning continents. Meanwhile, wine democratized. Supermarkets stocked decent bottles at affordable prices. Wine clubs delivered to suburban homes. And in 1991, a single television segment about the French paradox triggered a red wine boom that brought millions of new American consumers into the market. Wine was becoming mass culture, not just elite consumption. The consequences, commercial, cultural, and qualitative, were profound and irreversible. The New World expansion in Chile, Argentina, South Africa, and New Zealand emerged as major players between 1985 and 2000, each following similar patterns but developing distinctive identities. They possessed suitable climates, relatively cheap land and labor, and access to modern technology. What they lacked, centuries of winemaking tradition, established reputations, inherited vineyard classifications, turned out not to matter in globalized markets hungry for quality at affordable prices. Chile became the decade's great success story. Its Central Valley had ideal Mediterranean climate, warm, dry summers with cool nights from Pacific influence. Chilean producers, many owned by wealthy families who had maintained wine operations for generations, modernized aggressively in the 1980s. They planted international varieties, imported French oak barrels and stainless steel tanks, and hired European consultants. Chilean Cabernet Sauvignon and Carmenere offered Bordeaux-like structure at a fraction of the price. By the mid-1990s, Chilean wines were flooding American and European supermarkets, offering exceptional value. Argentina, with vast vineyard acreage focused on domestic consumption, pivoted toward export markets. Mendoza's high-altitude vineyards produced intensely flavored Malbec, a variety nearly abandoned in its French homeland. That became Argentina's signature. Argentine wines were bigger, riper, and more powerful than Chilean offerings, appealing to international palates shaped by California and Australia. Investment from foreign wine groups accelerated modernization, bringing Argentine wine from rustic obscurity to international prominence within a decade. South Africa, emerging from apartheid isolation, rebuilt its wine industry for export. The Stellenbosch region established itself as the country's quality center, producing Cabernet Sauvignon, Shiraz, and distinctive Pinotage, a South African-bred hybrid that became the country's signature variety. South African wines offered New World ripeness at competitive prices, quickly gaining market share in Britain and other export markets. New Zealand's transformation was most dramatic. The country had minimal wine culture before the 1970s, But Marlborough Sauvignon Blanc, first released commercially in the early 1980s, created a new wine category. New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc was distinctive, intensely aromatic, with pungent gooseberry, passion fruit, and grassy notes unlike Loire Valley's more restrained expressions. Cloudy Bay, founded in 1985, became a cult wine within years, selling out annually despite high prices. New Zealand demonstrated that New World regions could create distinctive styles rather than merely imitating European classics. The international variety takeover. Two varieties came to dominate global wine: Chardonnay and Cabernet Sauvignon. They became the Coca-Cola of wine, recognized worldwide, produced everywhere, understood by consumers with minimal wine knowledge. If a restaurant wine list or supermarket shelf offered nothing else, it would have Chardonnay and Cabernet. This dominance reflected several factors. Both varieties were relatively easy to grow in diverse climates. They produced consistent results with modern winemaking techniques. They responded well to oak aging, creating recognizable flavor profiles. Most importantly, critics and consumers had learned to appreciate them, creating market demand that encouraged more planting in a self-reinforcing cycle. The consequences for diversity were severe. Indigenous varieties disappeared as regions ripped out local grapes to plant Chardonnay and Cabernet. Southern French producers abandoned traditional Carignan and Cinsault for Cabernet Sauvignon and Syrah. Spanish regions replaced Garnacha with international varieties. Even prestigious regions felt pressure. Why plant difficult, low-yielding indigenous varieties when Chardonnay commanded reliable prices? This homogenization generated backlash. By the late 1990s, the ABC movement, anything but Chardonnay and anything but Cabernet, emerged among wine enthusiasts tired of ubiquitous international varieties. They sought alternative varieties: Gruner Veltliner, Albarino, Tempranillo, Sangiovese, Nebbiolo. But the market remained dominated by Chardonnay and Cabernet, which delivered familiar flavors to mass audiences. Flying winemakers and globalized technique. The era's signature figure was the flying winemaker. Consultants who worked harvests in both hemispheres, advising dozens of wineries across multiple continents. Michel Rolland, a Bordeaux consultant, advised over 100 wineries worldwide. Australian winemakers worked California and Bordeaux harvests before returning home. Napa consultants advised Chilean and South African operations. This constant circulation of expertise spread techniques globally. The flying winemaker model had advantages. It brought modern techniques to regions lacking expertise. It transferred knowledge from established regions to emerging ones. It raised technical quality worldwide, reducing spoilage and improving consistency. Wine quality improved dramatically in regions that had produced mediocre wines for generations. But flying winemakers also homogenized wine. They brought similar approaches everywhere: late picking for ripeness, new oak aging, cultured yeast fermentation, micro-oxygenation, reverse osmosis concentration. Wines made under their guidance tended towards similar profiles: ripe, oaky, powerful, internationally appealing, but regionally indistinct. Critics complained that Chilean Cabernet, made by a French consultant, tasted like California Cabernet, made by the same consultant, which tasted like Australian Shiraz, made with identical techniques. Wine was losing place, specific character, in favor of consultant house styles. Corporate consolidation. Large corporations discovered wine's profitability and prestige value. Luxury conglomerates like LVMH, Louis Vuitton, Moet Hennessy, and Pernod Ricard assembled portfolios spanning champagne houses, Bordeaux Chateau, California estates, and Australian wineries. Beverage giants like Constellation Brands and Gallo grew through acquisition, buying brands across price points and categories. Treasury wine estates consolidated Australian properties. The result was concentration of ownership unprecedented in wine history. Corporate ownership brought capital investment, professional management, and marketing expertise. It also brought focus on profit margins, brand management, and shareholder returns. Wine became a luxury goods category alongside handbags and perfume, marketed with similar strategies. Corporate-owned properties hired famous architects to design dramatic buildings, employed public relations firms to manage image, and spent millions on advertising. This corporatization created tension with wine's artisanal heritage. Small family-owned estates, which had defined fine wine for centuries, suddenly competed with corporate brands backed by enormous marketing budgets. Some family estates sold to corporations, accepting that professional management could achieve what family continuity could not. Others resisted, maintaining independence at the cost of capital constraints and competitive disadvantages. The wine industry was splitting into corporate and artisanal tiers with different economics, strategies, and values. Supermarket revolution. Wine's retail distribution transformed as supermarkets became major wine sellers. Historically, wine was sold in specialized shops by knowledgeable merchants who could guide customers. The supermarket model was different. Self-service, minimal expertise, focus on value and convenience. Supermarkets demanded wines that sold quickly, were competitively priced, and required no explanation. This distribution shift empowered consumers, but also constrained choice. Supermarkets stocked wines that moved quickly, familiar varieties, recognized brands, wines with shelf appeal. Small producers without distributor relationships couldn't access supermarket channels. Unusual varieties, traditional styles, and wines requiring explanation struggled to gain shelf space. The supermarket wine aisle reinforced international variety, dominance, and brand recognition. But supermarkets also democratized wine. Good wine became affordable and accessible. Working-class consumers who previously couldn't afford wine or didn't know how to buy it could now purchase decent bottles during grocery shopping. Wine consumption increased as barriers lowered. This democratization was commercial success and cultural loss. More people drinking wine, but narrower range of wines being drunk. Wine clubs and direct sales. The late 1980s and 1990s saw wine clubs proliferate, offering direct-to-consumer shipments. Small wineries discovered they could bypass distributor and retailer markups by selling directly to customers. Wine clubs built mailing lists, hosted tastings, and shipped bottles quarterly. This direct relationship allowed wineries to maintain higher margins while building customer loyalty. Direct sales particularly benefited small cult producers. Wineries like Screaming Eagle, Harlan Estate, and Bryant Family could sell entire production through mailing lists at premium prices without needing distributor relationships. Waiting lists for allocation stretched for years. This model transformed cult wine economics. Producers could name their price, control distribution, and maintain scarcity. But direct sales had legal limitations. The 21st Amendment, which repealed prohibition, gave states control over alcohol distribution. Many states prohibited or restricted direct wine shipments to protect local distributors and retailers. Legal battles over interstate wine shipping dragged through courts for decades. Not until the 2005 Supreme Court Granholm v. Heald decision would direct shipping become widely legal, but the 1990s established the model's viability. The French Paradox. On November 17, 1991, CBS's 60 Minutes aired a segment called The French Paradox. It asked why French people, who ate rich foods full of saturated fat, had lower heart disease rates than Americans. The answer suggested red wine. The segment cited research suggesting that moderate red wine consumption protected cardiovascular health through antioxidants like resveratrol. The response was immediate and enormous. Red wine sales in America surged 40% within weeks. Consumers who had never seriously considered wine suddenly bought red wine for health reasons. Restaurants reported red wine sales increasing dramatically. The wine industry, which had been prohibited from making health claims, benefited from third-party research and media coverage suggesting wine was healthy. The French Paradox transformed American wine culture. Red wine became mainstream, acceptable even to people who had previously considered wine pretentious or inaccessible. It normalized wine with meals, encouraging Mediterranean-style dining patterns. Wine sales, which had grown slowly through the 1980s, accelerated sharply through the 1990s. The health halo made wine respectable for middle American consumers who might have felt intimidated by wine's elite associations. Later research would complicate the French paradox narrative. Other dietary and lifestyle factors likely explained French cardiovascular health as much as wine consumption. But the commercial impact was permanent. Millions of Americans became wine drinkers because they believed it was healthy, and many stayed wine drinkers because they discovered they enjoyed it. The first decade of the 21st century witnessed wine culture undergoing a transformation as profound as any since the phylloxera crisis. Two forces converged to reshape the industry fundamentally: the Internet's democratization of knowledge and commerce, and a philosophical rebellion against industrial winemaking that emerged from the hillsides of France's most traditional regions. Meanwhile, climate change began its inexorable alteration of the viticultural map itself. By decade's end, wine culture had fractured into competing philosophies, each claiming authenticity, while the old certainties of terroir, technique, and taste crumbled into debate. The digital revolution. The Internet transformed wine from a knowledge domain controlled by experts into a democratic conversation. In 2000, wine information still resided primarily in books, magazines, and the pronouncements of established critics. By 2010, anyone with curiosity and a connection could access tasting notes, vintage charts, pricing data, and vignerons' philosophies instantly. The gates had been thrown open. Wine blogs emerged as the vanguard of this democratization. Unlike traditional wine writers who answered to editors and advertisers, bloggers wrote from passion, publishing their opinions without institutional constraints. Sites like Vinography, Dr. Vino, and One Wine Dude built devoted followings by offering authentic voices and specialized knowledge. Some bloggers focused on specific regions, becoming genuine experts through obsessive study and travel. Others challenged conventional wisdom, questioning the 100-point scale, debunking wine myths, or championing overlooked regions and styles. This shift terrified traditional wine media. Magazines that had thrived for decades watched circulation decline as readers migrated online. The authority of established critics, built over careers, suddenly faced challenges from informed amateurs. When bloggers criticized wines differently than famous reviewers, readers had choices. The Robert Parker paradigm, one critic's taste-defining market value, began to fracture. Parker himself remained enormously influential, but his monopoly on shaping consumer preference had ended. Online wine sales accelerated this transformation. Consumers could now compare prices across continents, read multiple reviews before purchasing, and access wines unavailable in local markets. Retailers, who had dominated through location, now competed globally. The information asymmetry that had advantaged merchants over customers diminished. A dedicated enthusiast in Texas could learn as much about Burgundy as many wine shop owners, then order directly from importers or auction houses. Social platforms created communities where enthusiasts shared discoveries and debated merits. Forums like Wine Berserkers and the boards of erobertparker.com became virtual tasting rooms where thousands gathered. These communities developed their own expertise, collective knowledge, often exceeding any individual critics. The democratization was genuine but chaotic. Misinformation spread as easily as insight, and marketing disguised as enthusiasm infiltrated discussions. The Natural Wine Rebellion. While the internet democratized wine knowledge, a philosophical revolution challenged industrial winemaking itself. The natural wine movement, emerging primarily from France, rejected the technological manipulation that had defined modern winemaking. Its adherents sought to return wine to something more elemental: fermented grape juice, nothing added, nothing removed. The movement's roots lay in earlier decades, the biodynamic work of Nicolas Joly, the organic viticulture of Loire Vigneron, but coalesced into a recognizable philosophy during this period. Natural wine advocates argued that industrial winemaking had become divorced from agriculture, that wines were manufactured products engineered to taste consistent rather than true expressions of place and year. They pointed to the 60-plus additives legal in winemaking, from cultured yeasts to enzymes to oak chips to mega purple coloring. arguing that modern wines bore little relation to what humans had drunk for millennia. The Natural Wine Manifesto, such as it was, emphasized organic or biodynamic viticulture, wild yeast fermentation, minimal sulfur additions or none, no fining or filtration, an absolute rejection of technological interventions like reverse osmosis or micro-oxygenation. The goal was wines that tasted alive, unpredictable, connected to their origins, rather than conforming to international style templates. France provided fertile ground for this rebellion. In regions like Beaujolais, where Marcel Lapierre and the Gang of Four championed carbonic maceration without added sulfur, natural wine found passionate advocates. In the Loire, where vignerons like Thierry Puzelat and Christian Chaussard farmed organically and refused to manipulate their wines, the movement gained philosophical depth. These winemakers weren't rejecting old tradition. They claimed to honor deeper, older traditions than those of modern oenology. The wines themselves divided opinion radically. Advocates celebrated their vibrancy, complexity, and distinctiveness. Critics found them faulty, unstable, or simply unpleasant. Natural wines could be cloudy, fizzy, or volatile. Some tasted oxidized. Others harbored Brettanomyces yeast that created barnyard aromas. Defenders argued these characteristics reflected authenticity. Detractors saw poor winemaking disguised as philosophy. Paris became natural wine's epicenter, with wine bars like Le Verre Volé and La Crèmerie championing the style. Young sommeliers, bored with international Chardonnay and Cabernet, embraced natural wines as more interesting and honest. The movement appealed to a generation skeptical of corporate culture and industrial food systems, people who bought organic produce and questioned authority. Critics accused natural winemakers of romantic primitivism, arguing that refusing technology meant accepting unnecessary flaws. They noted that pre-industrial wines were often unstable, and that many traditional winemaking regions had always used sulfur. The debate became philosophical. Was wine better when it reflected human intervention and skill, or when it emerged as directly as possible from fermented grapes? Organic and biodynamic viticulture. Supporting the natural wine movement, organic and biodynamic farming gained broader acceptance. Faced with evidence of chemical damage to soil ecosystems and concerns about pesticide residues, more vignerons abandoned synthetic inputs. Organic certification required eliminating synthetic pesticides, herbicides, and fertilizers, relying instead on copper, sulfur, and natural preparations. Biodynamics, Rudolf Steiner's holistic farming system, moved from fringe practice to respected methodology. Its practitioners prepared elaborate compost treatments, planted according to cosmic calendars, and viewed vineyards as living organisms, requiring balance rather than chemical intervention. Skeptics mocked the esoteric aspects, burying cow horns filled with manure, applying preparations at astronomical alignments. But results were harder to dismiss. Estates like Domaine de la Romanée-Conti, Zind Humbrecht, and Château Pontet-Canet produced extraordinary wines while farming biodynamically. The adoption spread beyond natural wine advocates. Conventional producers recognized that healthier soils and diverse ecosystems produced more interesting grapes. Even larger states in California, Chile, and Australia experimented with organic farming, though certification proved challenging at industrial scales. Climate change arrives. While winemakers debated philosophy and technology, climate change began reshaping viticulture's fundamental parameters. The changes were subtle initially, harvest dates creeping a week earlier, slightly higher alcohol levels. But by decade's end, the pattern was undeniable. Traditional European regions faced new challenges. In Burgundy, harvest dates that had averaged mid-September for centuries now regularly occurred in late August. In the Mosel, where cool climate viticulture had defined the region's identity, temperatures rose enough to threaten the delicate acid balance that made Riesling ethereal. Bordeaux saw alcohol levels climb as warmer vintages produced riper grapes, challenging winemakers to maintain elegance. The Mediterranean already struggled with heat. In southern France, Spain, and Italy, some vineyards became too hot for quality viticulture. Growers experimented with heat-resistant rootstocks, canopy management techniques, and earlier harvests to preserve acidity. Water stress increased as precipitation patterns shifted. Conversely, regions once too cool for viticulture became viable. English sparkling wine, a curiosity in 1990, emerged as a serious category by 2000. The chalky soils of oils. Southern England, geologically continuous with Champagne, combined with warming temperatures to produce outstanding traditional method sparkling wines. Producers like Nye Timber and Ridgeview won blind tastings against Champagne itself. Similar patterns appeared globally. Tasmania became Australia's most exciting wine region. Oregon's Willamette Valley, already established for Pinot Noir, pushed further into cooler sites. Even Scandinavia saw experimental vineyards. The viticultural map was being redrawn. Winemakers adapted as best they could. Earlier harvests helped preserve acidity, though they compressed the growing season and increased labor demands. Some experimented with grape varieties better suited to warmer conditions, planting Syrah where Pinot Noir once thrived, or reviving nearly extinct heat-tolerant varieties. Others simply made riper, more alcoholic wines and hoped consumers would adjust their preferences. The crisis forced the industry to confront uncomfortable questions. If Burgundy's climate resembled Bordeaux's, what happened to Pinot Noir's identity? If Champagne warmed beyond cool climate viticulture, could it remain Champagne? The concept of terroir itself seemed threatened when climate changed faster than vines could adapt. Angers held. The decade between 2010 and 2020 saw wine culture explode into unprecedented diversity. What had been a fracturing in the previous decade became a kaleidoscope of styles, philosophies, markets, and consumption patterns. Traditional categories blurred as orange wines, pet nats, and natural wines multiplied alongside conventional bottlings. New consumer generations approached wine differently than their parents, drinking less, but demanding more transparency, more sustainability, more authenticity, however they defined it. Asian markets, particularly China, became crucial to the global wine economy. transforming Bordeaux Chateau into investment vehicles and status symbols. Meanwhile, concerns about alcohol consumption, environmental impact, and industry diversity forced wine culture to confront uncomfortable questions about its future. By decade's end, as a pandemic loomed, wine had become simultaneously more accessible and more fragmented than ever in its history. Market diversification and style proliferation. The wine landscape of 2020 bore little resemblance to that of 2010. What began as simple diversification became an explosion of categories, each with devoted followers and distinct identities. Natural wine moved from fringe curiosity to mainstream phenomenon, available in restaurants and shops across major cities. Orange wine, white grapes fermented with extended skin contact, yielding amber-hued tannic wines, emerged as its own category, championed by sommeliers and adventurous drinkers. Pet Nat, Pétillant Naturel. Sparkling wine, made by bottling before primary fermentation finished, became the natural wine movement's preferred celebration drink. Each style developed its own aesthetic, philosophy, and tribal identity. Natural wine advocates gathered in low-lit wine bars, discussing biodynamic preparations and minimal intervention philosophies. Conventional wine enthusiasts still sought classic Bordeaux and Burgundy, following critics' scores and vintage charts. A growing middle embraced both, appreciating well-made wines regardless of philosophical camp. This proliferation reflected deeper cultural shifts. Younger consumers, raised in an era of endless choice and niche communities, saw wine diversity as positive rather than confusing. They weren't seeking a single authoritative voice telling them what to drink. They wanted to explore and form their own opinions. Wine's democratization, begun by the internet, accelerated as information became ubiquitous and communities formed around every conceivable preference. The traditional wine establishment struggled to adapt. Critics, who had spent careers defining quality, found their influence waning. Wine publications that had prospered by gatekeeping knowledge faced declining relevance. The industry's response varied. Some embraced change, others dug in defending traditional hierarchies. But the shift was irreversible. Wine culture had become pluralistic, fragmented, democratic. Social media and the influencer era. Social media transformed how wine was discovered, discussed, and sold. Instagram became the platform of choice, its visual nature perfect for wines, photogenic bottles, and romantic vineyard landscapes. Wine influencers, some sommeliers, others enthusiastic amateurs, built massive followings by sharing tasting notes, vineyard visits, and lifestyle content. Unlike traditional critics, who maintained professional distance, influencers offered personal connection, responding to comments and building communities around shared tastes. The influencer economy created new pathways to wine discovery. A single Instagram post from an influential account could make an obscure wine unavailable overnight. Wineries, particularly smaller producers, found social media more effective than traditional marketing. Authenticity, or its performance, became currency. Followers wanted to see the people behind the wine, the vineyards where grapes grew, the philosophy that guided production. This shift benefited some and disadvantaged others. photogenic wines in beautiful bottles gained advantage over less aesthetic, but perhaps better made wines. Regions and producers skilled at social media thrived, while equally worthy but less savvy operations struggled for attention. The democratization that social media promised often reproduced old hierarchies in new forms, with influencers becoming gatekeepers as powerful as critics had been. Yet social media also created genuine opportunities for marginalized voices. Women winemakers, people of color in the wine industry, and producers from overlooked regions could build audiences directly without waiting for traditional media recognition. The conversation became more diverse, if also more chaotic. Generational shifts in consumption. Millennials and Generation Z approached wine differently than previous generations, reshaping the market in profound ways. They drank less alcohol overall, part of broader health consciousness and changing social patterns. When they did drink wine, they sought experiences rather than status, authenticity rather than prestige, sustainability rather than tradition. These younger consumers questioned wine's formality and pretension. They wanted to drink wine casually, without elaborate rituals or anxiety about proper glasses and temperatures. They rejected the idea that expensive wines were necessarily better, instead valuing interesting wines that reflected place and maker. Many gravitated toward natural wines, attracted by their rebellious ethos and artisanal production. Their purchasing patterns differed too. Where previous generations built cellars and bought by the case, younger drinkers bought single bottles, exploring widely, rather than committing to specific producers or regions. They relied on social media and peer recommendations rather than critic scores. They valued transparency, wanting to know farming practices, additive use, and environmental impact. This shift terrified parts of the wine industry. Premium Bordeaux Chateau and established brands that had prospered by selling prestige found younger consumers indifferent to their cachet. Expensive wines aged for decades held little appeal for people who might move apartments annually and saw cellaring as impractical. The traditional pathway, starting with inexpensive wines and graduating to prestigious labels, no longer held. Simultaneously, overall alcohol consumption declined in many Western markets. Health concerns, wellness culture, and changing social patterns meant people drank less frequently and in smaller quantities. This trend particularly affected wine, long positioned as an everyday beverage in European cultures. Producers faced challenging questions: how to remain relevant to generations drinking less, how to maintain premiums when prestige mattered less, how to adapt marketing when traditional approaches failed. Asian markets and the China phenomenon. While Western consumption stagnated or declined, Asian markets, particularly China, experienced explosive growth. Between 2010 and 2013, China became Bordeaux's largest export market, fundamentally altering the global wine economy. Wealthy Chinese consumers sought luxury wines as status symbols and investments, driving prices for top Chateau to unprecedented levels. Chateau Lafite Rothschild epitomized this phenomenon. Its name, easier to pronounce than other first growths, and the auspicious number 8 in its vintage years made Lafite particularly desirable. Prices soared. A case of 1982 Lafite that might have cost $10,000 in 2000 reached over $100,000 by 2010. Lafite became less beverage than asset class, stored in bonded warehouses and traded like securities. This investment dimension transformed parts of the wine market. Bordeaux's en primeur system, selling wine futures before bottling, became speculative vehicle where buyers hoped to flip allocations for profit. Storage facilities in Hong Kong and Shanghai warehoused millions of bottles, much of it never drunk but held as portable wealth. Wine funds emerged, allowing investors to gain exposure to fine wine returns without physically owning bottles. The China boom reshaped Bordeaux itself. Chateau catered to Chinese tastes and buying patterns, adjusting wine styles toward more immediate approachability. Some estates were purchased by Chinese investors, sparking debates about ownership and authenticity. Chinese wine tourism brought new money, but also cultural tensions as traditional chateaux adapted to visitors expecting different hospitality experiences. By 2020, the boom had moderated. Anti-corruption campaigns in China reduced conspicuous luxury consumption, and economic concerns dampened speculation. But Chinese interest had permanently altered wine's global market, demonstrating that demand from emerging economies could rival or exceed traditional Western markets. Wine fraud and authentication. The China boom's dark twin was an explosion in wine fraud. The most spectacular case involved Rudi Kurniawan, an Indonesian-born collector who sold millions of dollars in counterfeit wines before his 2012 arrest and subsequent conviction. Kurniawan's fraud was breathtaking in scale and sophistication. He blended cheaper wines to approximate rare bottles, printed fake labels, artificially aged corks, and sold his counterfeits through prestigious auction houses. The case exposed the wine market's vulnerability. Authentication relied largely on label and bottle examination, easily defeated by skilled counterfeiters. Provenance documentation was often incomplete or fraudulent. Auction houses lacked incentive to scrutinize too carefully when commissions depended on sales. Buyers, especially newly wealthy collectors lacking deep wine knowledge, were easy marks for plausible fakes. Kurniawan's prosecution sparked an industry reckoning. Auction houses strengthened authentication procedures. Technology companies developed verification systems using isotope analysis, capsule examination, and blockchain tracking. Estates began implementing anti-counterfeiting measures, special bottles, encrypted labels, digital certificates. Yet the fundamental challenge remained. For the most valuable wines, incentives for fraud were enormous and detection difficult. The fraud epidemic particularly damaged Chinese market confidence. Estimates suggested significant percentages of fine wine in China were counterfeit. This undermined trust and contributed to the market's cooling after 2013. It also raised philosophical questions about wine's value. If experts couldn't reliably distinguish real from fake in blind tastings, what exactly were collectors paying for? Sustainability imperatives. Environmental consciousness became central to wine culture during this decade. Consumers, particularly younger ones, demanded transparency about farming practices, water usage, carbon footprints, and chemical inputs. Sustainability ceased being niche concern and became market imperative. Water use emerged as critical issue, especially in drought-prone regions like California, Australia, and South Africa. Vineyards competed with agriculture and urban areas for scarce water resources. Progressive producers implemented drip irrigation, cover cropping, and deficit irrigation strategies to minimize water consumption. Some regions faced difficult choices between wine production and water conservation. Carbon footprint concerns encompassed everything from tractor fuel to shipping. Heavy glass bottles, traditional markers of quality, became environmental liabilities. Some producers shifted to lighter bottles or alternative packaging, despite concerns that consumers would perceive lower quality. Transportation emerged as major contributor. Shipping wine globally created substantial emissions, raising questions about whether local wines should be preferred on environmental grounds. Pesticide and herbicide use faced scrutiny. Organic and biodynamic certification proliferated, moving from fringe to mainstream. Even conventional producers reduced chemical inputs, recognizing both environmental imperatives and market preferences. Regenerative agriculture, practices that actually improved soil health and sequestered carbon, gained attention as potential climate solution. These concerns forced wine culture to confront contradictions. An industry built on place and tradition was also global and industrial, with significant environmental costs. Luxury wines shipped across oceans in heavy bottles challenged easy sustainability. The pursuit of perfect, pest-free grapes often required chemical interventions that damaged ecosystems. Adapting to climate change might require abandoning traditional varieties and practices, threatening terroir itself. Alternative packaging and low-alcohol innovation. Market diversification extended to packaging and alcohol content. Canned wine exploded from novelty to serious category, particularly in the United States. Initially dismissed as inferior, canned wines improved in quality while offering undeniable advantages: portability, portion control, environmental efficiency, and casual approachability. Younger consumers especially embraced cans. Unconcerned with packaging prestige, the early 2020s brought wine culture face to face with existential challenges that could no longer be postponed or denied. A global pandemic shuttered the restaurants and bars where much wine was consumed, forcing rapid transformation of sales and marketing. Climate change accelerated beyond projections, devastating harvests with wildfires, drought, frost, and extreme weather that turned viticulture into an increasingly precarious gamble. Meanwhile, the youngest adult generations drank less alcohol overall, demanding that an ancient industry justify itself to consumers who questioned its relevance, its sustainability, and its authenticity. These crises converged to force wine culture into a reckoning. What would survive of 10,000 years of tradition when the world it had been built for no longer existed? Pandemic disruption. COVID-19 struck global wine commerce with devastating speed. In March 2020, as lockdown spread, restaurants and bars closed overnight. For wineries dependent on these channels, which accounted for roughly half of wine sales in many markets. Revenue evaporated, tasting rooms shuttered, wine tourism vanished, events cancelled. The social infrastructure through which wine had always been sold and experienced simply stopped functioning. The immediate impact was catastrophic. Restaurants holding thousands of dollars in inventory couldn't sell it. Distributors sat on warehouses of wine with nowhere to move it. Wineries faced cash flow crises as their largest customers stopped ordering. In regions heavily dependent on tourism, Napa Valley, Tuscany, Bordeaux, the economic damage was profound. Small producers without financial reserves faced bankruptcy. Yet the crisis also accelerated transformations already underway. Direct-to-consumer sales, which had been growing gradually, exploded. Wineries with existing DTC infrastructure and customer databases suddenly had their only viable sales channel. Those that had invested in websites, shipping, compliance, and customer relationship systems survived. Those that hadn't scrambled to build these capabilities virtually overnight. Wine delivery services that had been niche conveniences became essential infrastructure. Companies like Vivino, Wine.com, and Drizzly saw massive growth. Traditional retailers that had resisted e-commerce had no choice but to adapt. Restaurants pivoted to delivery and takeout, including wine sales, to offset dine-in losses. Regulations that had restricted interstate shipping and off-premise alcohol sales were temporarily relaxed, and many of these changes proved permanent. The pandemic forced wine culture online in ways that revealed both possibilities and limitations. Virtual tastings proliferated, winemakers leading Zoom sessions, influencers live streaming bottle openings, friends gathering digitally to share wines. These adaptations kept communities connected, but couldn't replicate the physical presence, the conviviality, the sensory completeness of sharing wine in person. Wine was revealed as fundamentally social, its meaning inseparable from human gathering. For consumers, patterns shifted dramatically. Locked at home, people drank differently. Weeknight consumption increased as the boundaries between work and leisure blurred. With restaurants closed, consumers experimented more at home, buying wines they might have only tried in professional settings. Some drank more. Others, facing economic uncertainty or health consciousness, drank less. By 2024, as the pandemic's acute phase passed, some changes had proven temporary, while others reshaped the industry permanently. Restaurant traffic recovered, but never quite reached pre-pandemic levels. DTC sales remained elevated. Virtual elements became standard. Few wineries would return to purely in-person tastings when hybrid models could reach far more people. The crisis had accelerated wine culture's digitalization, while simultaneously revealing wine's essential physicality, its dependence on shared space and experience. Climate crisis acceleration. While the pandemic disrupted commerce, climate change attacked viticulture itself. The 2020s brought a cascade of climate disasters that transformed abstract concerns into immediate existential threats. What had been gradual warming with occasional extreme events became a drumbeat of catastrophes that called into question whether traditional wine regions could survive. Wildfires became the most visible crisis. In California, The 2020 fire season was the worst in recorded history, burning over 4 million acres. Smoke blanketed wine regions for weeks. Even vineyards untouched by flames suffered smoke taint. Wines contaminated with acrid, ashy flavors that made them unsaleable. Entire vintages were lost, not to the fires themselves, but to smoke exposure. Wineries invested in testing protocols to identify affected fruit, but often the damage wasn't apparent until wine was already made. Australia faced similar devastation. The 2019-2020 bushfire season destroyed vineyards and filled others with smoke. South African fires, Greek fires, Portuguese fires. The pattern repeated globally. Fire season, once confined to specific months, extended across most of the year. What had been occasional natural disaster became chronic threat. The economic impact was staggering. Insurance became prohibitively expensive or simply unavailable in high-risk areas. Property values in fire-prone regions plummeted. Some growers abandoned viticulture entirely, unable to sustain repeated losses. Others invested in fire suppression equipment, defensible space, and monitoring systems, costs that threatened marginal operations' viability. Beyond fire, extreme weather multiplied. Frost events struck regions with increasing frequency and unprecedented timing. In April 2021, widespread frost devastated Bordeaux, Burgundy, Champagne, and the Loire Valley, France's core wine regions, destroying much of the vintage. Growers burned hay, bales, and deployed wind machines desperately trying to protect vines, but losses were catastrophic. Some producers lost their entire crop. Hailstorms intensified in frequency and severity. Single storms could destroy entire harvests in minutes, shredding leaves and pulverizing grapes. The randomness was maddening. One vineyard demolished, while its neighbor remained untouched. Hail netting became common in vulnerable regions, but represented significant capital investment that small growers struggled to afford. Drought emerged as the most existential challenge. Water scarcity, already serious in California, Australia, and southern Europe, intensified. Groundwater levels dropped, reservoirs emptied. Governments restricted irrigation, forcing winemakers to choose between vine survival and legal compliance. In some regions, centuries-old viticulture became simply unsustainable without water that was no longer available. The 2022 European heatwave demonstrated the crisis's scope. Temperatures reached levels unprecedented in historical records. In regions from Portugal to Germany, grapes desiccated on vines. Harvest occurred in late July, weeks earlier than ever recorded. The wines, when they could be made at all, bore little resemblance to regional tradition. Overripe, high in alcohol, lacking the acidity that defined their identities. The end of traditional viticulture? These catastrophes forced uncomfortable questions. Were traditional wine regions approaching the end of viability? Could Champagne remain Champagne if climate no longer supported the grapes and styles that defined it? What happened to appellations built on centuries of tradition when climate made that tradition impossible? Champagne itself confronted this crisis most visibly. The region's identity rested on cool climate viticulture, producing high acid, low alcohol base wines, perfect for sparkling wine production. As temperatures rose, this identity faced erosion. By 2024, Champagne was seriously considering allowing additional grape varieties, including those traditionally associated with warmer climates, in its appellation rules. For a region where tradition was gospel, this represented revolution. The debate revealed wine culture's central tension. Was terroir, that ineffable connection between place and wine, worth preserving even as climate made traditional expressions impossible? Or was terroir flexible, adapting to new conditions while maintaining essential character? If Champagne needed Grenache or Mourvèdre to survive warming, was it still Champagne? These weren't academic questions. They determined whether entire regional identities would persist or perish. Some traditional regions became simply too hot. Parts of southern France, southern Spain, southern Italy already struggled to produce balanced wines. Grapes ripened before developing flavor complexity, yielding wines that were alcoholic and monotonous. Without dramatic intervention, extensive irrigation where water existed, or variety changes, these regions faced abandonment. Meanwhile, previously marginal regions flourished. England's sparkling wine industry matured into serious competitor to Champagne itself. Tasmania emerged as one of the world's most exciting regions for Pinot Noir and Chardonnay. New York's Finger Lakes, long dismissed as too cold, suddenly offered ideal conditions. The viticultural map was being redrawn in real time. Adaptation and innovation. Faced with climate crisis, winemakers adapted as they could. Earlier harvests became universal, though they compressed vintage into frantic weeks and often meant picking before ideal flavor development. Canopy management techniques evolved to shade grapes from excessive sun. Deficit irrigation, stressing vines to slow ripening, became standard where water allowed. More dramatically, grape variety diversification accelerated. Regions planted heat-tolerant varieties alongside traditional ones, hedging against climate uncertainty. Ancient varieties, nearly extinct, were revived for their resilience. Research into crossbreeding developed varieties that combined climate tolerance with quality potential. Water management became central to viticultural survival. Drip irrigation optimized what water was available. Cover cropping improved soil water retention. Some wineries invested in water capture and storage systems, though these required capital that many lacked. In the most extreme cases, wineries began transporting water to vineyards, economically absurd but temporarily necessary for vine survival. Regenerative agriculture emerged as potential solution to multiple crises. Practices that built soil organic matter, increased biodiversity, and sequestered carbon offered both climate mitigation and adaptation. Healthy soils retained water better, supported more resilient vines, and potentially produced better wines. Some producers aimed for carbon neutrality or even carbon negativity, positioning wine production as climate solution rather than contributor. Yet these adaptations had limits. Some changes were economically unfeasible for small producers. Others represented technical fixes that didn't address underlying crisis. And some traditional wine identities simply couldn't survive radical changes to varieties, irrigation, or farming practices. The alcohol debate intensifies. Climate change fed directly into intensifying debates about alcohol levels. As grapes ripened in hotter conditions, sugars, and thus potential alcohol, increased. Wines that might have been 12 or 13% alcohol in cooler decades now regularly reached 14, 15, even 16%. This created multiple problems. High alcohol wines were less food-friendly, less refreshing, more fatiguing to drink. They challenged traditional serving sizes. A bottle shared at dinner became overwhelming. They appealed less to younger consumers seeking moderation. And they often reflected climatic stress rather than winemaker intent. Producers sought solutions. Some harvested earlier, accepting lower flavor development to preserve alcohol balance. Others employed technical interventions, reverse osmosis to remove alcohol, must dilution to reduce sugar concentration before fermentation. These techniques sparked philosophical debates. Were they legitimate adaptations to climate change, or manipulations that compromised wine's authenticity? Natural wine advocates argued that higher alcohol was preferable to technological intervention, that honest wines should reflect vintage conditions. Critics countered that 16% alcohol wasn't traditional in most regions, and that moderate intervention preserved regional identity better than extreme alcohol. The debate revealed how climate change forced impossible choices between competing values: authenticity versus drinkability, tradition versus adaptation. 10,000 years of winemaking reveal patterns that transcend any single era or culture. Wine has survived the collapse of empires, the rise and fall of religions, technological revolutions, climate catastrophes, and fundamental transformations in how humans organize their societies. Yet throughout this immense sweep of history, certain patterns repeat with remarkable consistency. Wine has always been more than fermented grape juice. It has served as mirror of civilization itself, reflecting each culture's values, anxieties, hierarchies, and aspirations. By understanding these recurring patterns, the ways wine connects to power, identity, technology, and meaning, we can better comprehend not only wine's past, but the forces shaping its uncertain future. Wine as civilizational mirror. Perhaps the most fundamental pattern is wine's role as cultural mirror. Every civilization that has made wine has projected its values onto it, using wine to express what it holds sacred, how it understands pleasure, how it organizes social relations, and what it believes about humanity's relationship to nature. In ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt, wine belonged to gods and kings, reflecting hierarchical societies where divinity and earthly power intertwined. The Greeks made wine central to philosophical symposia, expressing their culture's commitment to reasoned discourse and intellectual community. Romans mass-produced wine and distributed it throughout their empire, mirroring their engineering prowess and administrative efficiency. Medieval Christians made wine Christ's blood, reflecting a culture where religious meaning permeated all existence. The pattern continued into modernity. Bordeaux's classification of 1855 mirrored the 19th century's obsession with scientific taxonomy and hierarchical order. Prohibition reflected American Protestantism's moral certainty and anxiety about immigrant cultures. The natural wine movement expressed early 21st century concerns about industrial food systems, environmental degradation, and authenticity in an age of manipulation. Wine never exists in isolation from the culture producing it. Its meanings shift as societies change, but it always provides a lens through which to understand broader cultural values and conflicts. When we trace wine's history, we're really tracing human civilization's evolving understanding of pleasure, community, nature, and meaning. The sacred, the profane, and back again. One of wine's most persistent patterns is its oscillation between sacred and profane, between ritual significance and everyday consumption. This cycle has repeated across cultures and millennia, suggesting something fundamental about wine's nature and human psychology. Wine began as sacred substance in virtually every culture that produced it. Ancient Sumerians offered wine to gods. Egyptians placed wine in tombs for the afterlife. Greeks honored Dionysus with wine-soaked festivals. Jews made wine essential to Sabbath and Passover. Christians transformed wine into divine blood. This sacralization reflected wine's capacity to alter consciousness and create transcendent experiences, qualities that seemed supernatural to pre-scientific peoples. Yet wine also persistently moves toward profane, everyday status. Roman wine became common beverage, drunk by soldiers and slaves. Medieval wine was table drink, often safer than water. By modernity, wine was simply one commodity among many, bought and sold like any other product. Remarkably, wine repeatedly returns to ritual significance even after secularization. Contemporary wine culture has created new forms of sacred ritual: the meditation of tasting, the reverence of vintage tastings, the pilgrimage to great vineyards, the ceremonial opening of special bottles. These secular rituals invoke wine's ancient role in creating community and meaning, even without explicit religious framework. This pattern suggests wine possesses qualities that resist pure commodification. Its complexity, variability, and connection to place creates space for ritual and meaning that transcends mere consumption. Cultures continually rediscover wine's capacity to slow down time, focus attention, and create moments of shared significance. Wine as social divider. Wine has always marked social distinction, separating elite from common, cultivated from crude, insider from outsider. This pattern appears with disturbing consistency across cultures and eras, revealing wine's role in constructing and maintaining social hierarchies. In Rome, Falernian wine marked senatorial status, while slaves drank posca, wine vinegar mixed with water. Medieval European nobles drank wine, while peasants drank beer or ale. When European colonists brought wine to the Americas and other colonies, drinking wine marked civilized status against indigenous peoples' beverages. The pattern intensified in modernity. Bordeaux's classification system explicitly ranked wines and, by extension, those who owned and consumed them. The 20th century's wine critics created new hierarchies of taste, with knowing the correct wines becoming cultural capital. cult Cabernets and allocated Burgundies functioned as luxury goods, accessible only to the wealthy or well-connected. Contemporary wine culture reproduces these divisions even while claiming democratization. Natural wine creates its own insider community, with knowledge of obscure producers and acceptance of unconventional styles marking belonging. Wine education certifications create credentialed expertise that excludes the untutored. Social media influencers become new gatekeepers, their recommendations determining what wines gain attention. Yet this pattern has consistently generated counter-movements. When wine becomes too exclusive, forces emerge to democratize it. The internet challenged expert monopolies. Natural wine rejected expensive prestige in favor of artisanal authenticity. Alternative packaging made wine more accessible. Each generation fights wine's elitism, even while creating new forms of distinction. The tension between wine as democratic pleasure and wine as elite marker remains unresolved and perhaps unresolvable. Wine's complexity naturally creates expertise gradients, but whether this must translate into social hierarchy remains a choice each wine culture makes. Wine follows power. Wine's geography has always tracked power. Where empires expanded, wine followed. Where economies boomed, wine flourished. Where capital concentrated, wine prices soared. This pattern reveals wine as both cultural product and economic commodity, its fortunes tied to broader structures of power and wealth. Roman legions carried wine throughout Europe, establishing viticulture from Britain to the Black Sea. Where Rome ruled, wine was planted. When the empire collapsed, wine contracted to monasteries and protected valleys, following Christendom's institutional power. European colonial expansion spread wine globally. Spanish conquistadors planted vines in the Americas. British colonists brought wine to Australia and South Africa. Wine followed empire, marking European cultural dominance and economic extraction. In the 20th and 21st centuries, wine followed financial capital. Investment money flooded into regions that became fashionable. Napa Valley in the 1970s, Tuscany in the 1990s, Burgundy in the 2010s, driving up land prices and transforming local economies. China's economic rise made Bordeaux dependent on Asian demand. Wine futures became financial instruments. Great bottles, investment assets. This pattern reveals wine's vulnerability to economic forces beyond producers' control. When economies crash, wine sales plummet. When tastes shift, regions decline. When capital moves on, investments fail. The romantic notion of wine as timeless craft confronts the reality of wine as commodity, subject to market forces. Yet wine also demonstrates remarkable resilience. Regions survive economic downturns. Traditions persist through market changes. Local wine cultures maintain identity even when global capital intrudes. The pattern isn't simple determinism. Power shapes wine, but wine also resists and outlasts power. Technology and terroir, the eternal tension. Throughout history, technology has continually transformed winemaking, while terroir, place-specific character, has retained fundamental importance. This tension between human manipulation and natural expression defines much of wine's philosophical debate. Every technological innovation promised improvement. Roman concrete enabled better storage. Medieval barrels improved transport. Glass bottles allowed aging. Temperature control prevented spoilage. Stainless steel ensured cleanliness. Cultured yeasts produced consistency. Each advance expanded what was possible, making wine safer, more stable, more predictable. Yet every technological advance also sparked anxiety about authenticity. Did Roman engineering make wine less natural? Did bottling change essential character? Did temperature control compromise terroir expression? Did cultured yeasts homogenize wines? The questions repeat across centuries, suggesting deep unease about technology's effects on wine's meaning. The pattern reveals that technology is neither inherently good nor bad for wine. Its value depends on how it's deployed. When technology serves terroir expression, enabling wines that better reflect their origins, it enhances wine. When technology overrides terroir, creating standardized products indistinguishable from place, it diminishes wine. Contemporary debates about reverse osmosis, micro-oxygenation, and other interventions replay ancient tensions. Natural wine advocates argue for minimal technology. Conventional producers embrace it pragmatically. Industrial operations deploy it maximally. No consensus emerges because the underlying question, how much human intervention is too much, has no objective answer. What history suggests is that technological absolutism fails. Rejecting all intervention isn't possible or desirable. Accepting unlimited intervention homogenizes wine into meaninglessness. Successful wine cultures find balances, using technology judiciously while preserving what makes wines distinctive and meaningful. The authenticity cycle. When wine becomes too industrialized, movements toward authenticity inevitably emerge. This pattern has repeated throughout modern history, suggesting that wine culture contains internal mechanisms that resist excessive commodification and standardization. In the early 20th century, as phylloxera recovery led to mass production and fraud, appellation control systems emerged to protect authenticity. When mid-century industrial winemaking produced technically correct but characterless wines, the boutique winery movement arose. When globalization created international style sameness, natural wine insisted on distinctiveness. Each authenticity movement shares common features: rejection of industrial methods, emphasis on traditional practices, celebration of place-specific character, skepticism toward technology, and rhetoric of return to earlier, purer ways. Each attracts producers and consumers alienated by mainstream wine's commercialization. Yet these movements face similar challenges. Defining authenticity proves difficult. Which traditions matter? How traditional is traditional enough? Authenticity rhetoric can mask simple marketing or elitist gatekeeping. Some authenticity advocates fetishize difficulty and flaw, mistaking challenge for quality. The pattern suggests authenticity isn't recovered, but constructed. What seems authentic changes across eras. Medieval wine, if we could taste it, might seem inauthentic to modern natural wine advocates. Victorian claret would taste manipulated by contemporary standards. Authenticity is always partly myth, partly aspiration. What matters isn't whether authenticity movements succeed in recovering some original state. They don't, because it never existed. But whether they counterbalance industrialization's worst effects. By insisting that wine must mean something beyond commodity status. Authenticity movements protect space for craft, diversity, and meaning. The journey from the Caucasus hillsides around 8000 BCE to today's climate-challenged vineyards spans 10,000 years of human civilization. What began as accidental fermentation in clay vessels has become a global industry worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Yet wine remains fundamentally what it has always been, the meeting point of agriculture, culture, and chemistry. From Sumerian hymns to social media posts, from sacred rituals to casual Tuesday evenings, from Roman amphorae to aluminum cans, wine has adapted to every era while maintaining essential identity. Now, as climate change forces adaptation at unprecedented pace and new generations question old assumptions, wine faces challenges unlike any since phylloxera. Yet, the patterns revealed across millennia suggest not cause for despair, but for realistic hope. Wine has survived everything history has thrown at it by changing what must change while preserving what matters most. The long arc of transformation. Looking back across the vast sweep of wine's history reveals transformations so profound they seem almost miraculous. Wild yeasts fermenting accidentally, discovered grapes became deliberate agriculture, then commercial enterprise, then global science. Local rituals performed in single valleys became worldwide culture connecting billions of people across continents and centuries. Methods passed orally through generations became university degrees and research journals. Wine that once traveled only dozens of miles now crosses oceans in refrigerated containers. Wines that once lasted months now age for decades in climate-controlled cellars. Grapes that grew in a few Mediterranean valleys now thrive on 6 continents. Knowledge once restricted to monastic orders or family estates is now available instantly to anyone with internet access. Yet, beneath these transformations, wine's essence remains constant. It is still grapes transformed by yeast over time in specific places. It still creates community and marks significant moments. It still connects humans to the land, to seasons, to the biological processes that sustain life. It still possesses the capacity to create pleasure, meaning, and transcendence that made ancient peoples call it divine. This paradox, radical transformation, maintaining essential continuity, defines wine's nature. Every era believes it faces unprecedented challenges, yet wine adapts and endures. The current moment feels uniquely precarious, but so did phylloxera to 19th century vignerons, prohibition to American producers, and every other crisis that seemed existential at the time. The climate crossroads. Nevertheless, climate change represents a challenge of different magnitude than most historical crises. Previous challenges were temporary or localized. Climate change is global, accelerating, and potentially permanent. on human timescales. Traditional wine regions face questions not just of vintage variation, but of fundamental viability. The viticultural map is being redrawn in real time, yet adaptation is already underway. New regions emerge as climate shifts. England's sparkling wine industry, inconceivable a generation ago, now produces wines competing with champagne. Scandinavia sees experimental vineyards where none could exist before. Tasmania, once too cold and remote, becomes one of the world's most exciting regions. Higher elevations in California, South America, and Europe support viticulture that would have struggled at lower altitudes. Traditional regions adapt with surprising creativity. Champagne's consideration of new grape varieties, previously unthinkable heresy, represents pragmatic innovation, preserving essential identity. Mediterranean regions experiment with heat-tolerant varieties and water conservation techniques. Even Burgundy, bastion of tradition, quietly adjusts farming and winemaking to accommodate warmer vintages. Technology offers tools previous generations lacked. Drought-resistant rootstocks, developed through both traditional breeding and genetic research, promise vines that thrive with less water. Precision viticulture uses sensors and data analysis to optimize resource use and respond to microclimatic variation. Better climate modeling helps producers plan decades ahead, choosing varieties and locations that will thrive in future conditions. These adaptations don't guarantee success, but they demonstrate that wine culture isn't paralyzed by climate crisis. The same innovative capacity that overcame phylloxera, survived prohibition, and adapted to globalization now addresses climate change. Whether adaptation happens fast enough and comprehensively enough remains uncertain, but the response is underway. The unchanging essence. Amid all this change, wine's fundamental nature persists. It is still grapes, yeast, time, and place. No amount of technology changes this basic reality. The most sophisticated winery in the world still depends on grapes growing in soil under sun and rain, still requires yeast converting sugar to alcohol, still needs time for flavors to develop and integrate. This agricultural foundation keeps wine connected to natural processes in ways that resist complete industrialization. Wine cannot be manufactured from raw materials like soft drinks or spirits. It must be grown, requiring land, water, labor, and patience. This rootedness in agriculture, in seasonal cycles, in weather unpredictability, in biological processes, maintains wine's connection to nature even as production becomes more technological. Similarly, wine's social dimension remains constant. It is still shared, still marks celebrations and commemorations, still creates the pause in everyday life that allows for conversation and connection. The contexts change. Zoom tastings instead of symposia, Instagram posts instead of manuscripts, but the fundamental human need for beverages that facilitate community persists. This continuity matters because it suggests wine's future isn't about becoming something completely different. Wine will remain recognizably wine. Fermented grapes creating complex beverages enjoyed in social contexts. The question isn't whether wine survives, but what forms it takes and what meanings it carries. The new generation, perhaps most encouragingly, Younger winemakers entering the industry often demonstrate both deep environmental consciousness and remarkable innovation. Having grown up aware of climate change, they approach viticulture with sustainability as fundamental rather than optional. They implement regenerative agriculture, minimize water use, reduce carbon footprints, and think systemically about wine's environmental impact. They also embrace experimentation, unencumbered by reverence for traditions they didn't inherit. They trial new varieties, explore orange wines and pet nats, question conventional winemaking dogmas, and approach wine with fresh perspectives. While respecting craft and quality, they don't assume traditional methods are automatically superior. This generational shift brings both promise and tension. Established producers sometimes view younger winemakers as reckless or insufficiently respectful of tradition. Young winemakers sometimes dismiss older generations as rigid and environmentally reckless. Yet this creative tension often produces innovation, the synthesis of traditional wisdom with new approaches, preservation of what matters combined with willingness to change what doesn't. Women winemakers, though still underrepresented in ownership and leadership, increasingly shape wine culture. Their perspectives and experiences, long marginalized, enrich wine discourse and challenge assumptions that went unquestioned when winemaking was overwhelmingly male-dominated. The industry's slow diversification, while insufficient, moves toward wine culture that better reflects humanity's actual diversity, market pluralism, and coexistence. Contemporary wine markets support more diversity than ever in history. Natural wines, conventional wines, orange wines, pet nats, canned wines, low alcohol wines, and alcohol-free wines all coexist. Multiple philosophies, styles, and approaches find audiences. This pluralism, often portrayed as fragmentation, might better be understood as healthy ecosystem diversity. Different consumers want different things from wine. Some seek traditional prestige and established quality markers. Others value experimentation and artisanal production. Some prioritize environmental sustainability. Others emphasize value and convenience. No single approach serves all preferences, nor should it. This diversity also provides resilience. When monocultures, whether viticultural or philosophical, face challenges, they're vulnerable. Diverse systems adapt better because some approaches succeed even when others fail. If climate makes traditional methods unviable in some regions, alternative approaches may thrive. If one market segment declines, others may grow. The market's increasing transparency, driven by consumer demand, social media, and regulatory pressure, also represents positive development. As producers disclose ingredients, farming practices, and production methods, consumers can make informed choices aligned with their values. This transparency challenges the wine industry's historical opacity, but ultimately strengthens consumer trust. Wine's future form, based on current trends and historical patterns. Wine's near future will likely emphasize several qualities: greater regionalism as climate differentiation increases and consumers seek authentic connection to specific places; more transparency as younger consumers demand ingredient disclosure and process honesty, heightened environmental consciousness as climate impacts become undeniable and sustainable practices become market differentiators, continued technological integration, balanced with preservation of craft and artisanal values. Wine culture will probably become less formal and less hierarchical. The expert-driven, score-focused culture that dominated late 20th and early 21st centuries will coexist with, but not dominate, more democratic, community-based approaches to wine appreciation. Multiple authorities, multiple taste preferences, and multiple ways of engaging with wine will be accepted as legitimate. Packaging will diversify beyond glass bottles. Environmental concerns and changing consumption patterns favor lighter bottles, alternative closures, cans, boxes, and kegs, while traditional bottles will remain for wines meant to age and for occasions demanding ceremony. Everyday wine increasingly comes in formats optimized for convenience and sustainability. Alcohol levels will likely moderate as producers adapt to warmer climates, while consumer preferences shift toward more food-friendly, sessionable wines. Whether through earlier harvesting, variety selection, or technical intervention, the trend toward extreme alcohol that characterized the early 21st century will probably reverse. Return to ancient roles. Interestingly, wine's future may involve returning to some of its ancient roles. As industrial food systems face criticism and people seek more meaningful connections to what they consume, wine's agricultural foundation becomes asset rather than limitation. Wine connects people to specific places, to seasonal rhythms, to biological processes, exactly what increasingly alienated consumers crave. Wine's capacity to create ritual and mark special moments, its original sacred function, remains valuable even in secular contexts. In an age of digital distraction and accelerated pace, wine's invitation to slow down, pay attention, and be present offers something increasingly precious. The mindfulness that wine encourages, the conviviality it facilitates, the sensory engagement it demands. These ancient qualities matter more, not less, in contemporary life. Regional wine cultures that maintain connection to place, season, and community may prove most resilient and valuable. Industrial wines optimized for consistency and efficiency serve important functions, but wines deeply rooted in specific landscapes and traditions offer something industrial production can't replicate: genuine connection to particular places and their human communities.